transmisión en vivo, en remoto. Para nosotros es pues muy importante la relación con las empresas, sobre todo que se dedican a los temas relacionados a la computación. El Centro de Innovación y Desarrollo Tecnológico en Cómputo, que actualmente cuenta con 34 años de vida, de actividades ininterrumpidas en la investigación, en temas de tecnología de cómputo, en el desarrollo tecnológico y transferencia del conocimiento, así como en la formación de capital humano, en áreas como mecatrónica, como inteligencia artificial, computación inteligente, realidad virtual, redes y seguridad informática, entre otros. Pues para nosotros es muy importante este acercamiento con las empresas líderes en los temas de computación y sobre todo que tienen un gran impacto en nuestro país y que buscan incrementar ese impacto. Entonces, pues algo que nos ha funcionado en el CIDETEC ha sido precisamente avanzar en este sentido de la investigación, desarrollo tecnológico, transferencia de conocimiento, formación de capital humano, pero no lo podemos hacer solos, necesitamos hacerlo en el contexto de la realidad, que es, por un lado está la academia, por otro lado está el gobierno, por otro lado están las empresas, está la industria. No podemos estar solos, o vaya, si estamos solos no funciona, no se resuelven los problemas. Entonces, si queremos ser efectivos, pues ese es el camino. Y entonces estamos haciendo estos esfuerzos por acercarnos con las empresas que están siendo exitosas allá afuera, fuera de la academia, porque también tenemos mucho que colaborar. Y en este sentido, pues hemos iniciado este acercamiento con Thomson Reuters, entre otras razones, porque tenemos a un elemento en común, un egresado de los posgrados del Politécnico en temas de computación, con quien hemos colaborado ampliamente en años anteriores, pues ahora es colaborador de Thompson. Y entonces, pues es para nosotros un orgullo poder construir esta colaboración a partir de ahí. También, por supuesto, un orgullo contar con las autoridades del instituto que nos acompañan y que nos ayudan a engalanar este evento. Y pues para no extendernos mucho más, voy a darle la palabra a Sofía, que nos acompaña por parte de Thomson Reuters. Adelante, por favor.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Buenos días a todos y todas. Estamos súper contentos de estar con ustedes. Muchísimas gracias por unirse, por venir a todos los que están acá y por unirse a los que están en la transmisión. Yo soy Sofía Betanzos, estoy en el equipo de reclutamiento de Thomson Reuters. No quiero adelantarles nada, pero estamos creciendo muchísimo en México. Somos una empresa que venimos con todo y que queremos apostar precisamente al talento joven, que sabemos que hay muchísimas oportunidades ahí. Entonces, gracias por estar con nosotros. Muchísimas gracias al doctor, a su equipo, a mi equipo que está aquí con nosotros, a Shatawa, que es el egresado que nos dio el contacto. La verdad estamos súper contentos de estar aquí con el CIDETEC. Gracias de nuevo y a todas las escuelas y a todos los centros que se están uniendo, porque sé que fue un trabajo de difusión muy grande. Entonces, pues, muchas gracias por estar con nosotros. Espero que disfruten mucho, que aprendan mucho. Trajimos justamente también a uno de nuestros Site Reliability Engineers, que no está entendiendo mucho porque solo habla inglés. Sorry about the Spanish RAM. Lo van a conocer más adelante. Y bueno, pues sí, sin más, bienvenidos. Vamos a darle con todo a este día y a todas las actividades que tenemos. Los invitamos a que nos conozcan más. Esperamos que así como los tenemos hoy acá, pues los tengamos en un proceso y el día de mañana desarrollando su carrera en Thomson Reuters. De nuevo, muchísimas gracias y pues bienvenidos y bienvenidas.
Muchas gracias. Bueno, pues le pediría entonces al doctor Marco Moreno, director de posgrado del Instituto Politécnico Nacional, si nos puede dedicar unas palabras.
Hola a todos, muy buenos días. Realmente me da mucho gusto estar aquí. El CIDETEC es una área del Instituto Instituto Politécnico Nacional que aprecio mucho. Hay muchos amigos aquí, entonces para mí es realmente muy importante estar aquí. Bueno, antes de continuar, quisiera yo enviarles un saludo de parte de nuestra secretaria de Investigación y Posgrado, la doctora Laura Arreola Mendoza, que está muy interesada en este tipo de actividades y me parece que es uno de los aspectos fundamentales del desarrollo de nuestros posgrados. Entonces es algo realmente muy trascendente. Bueno, para no extenderme mucho, yo quiero realmente felicitar al CIDETEC por esta iniciativa y sobre todo agradecer que tengan la iniciativa para hacer este tipo de actividades. Me parece que los tiempos que estamos viviendo hacen imprescindible contar con este tipo de eventos en donde nuestros estudiantes, nuestros profesores y en general nuestra comunidad reciban información de todo lo que está pasando, de todos los cambios que están sucediendo en cuanto a tecnología, a desarrollo tecnológico, a ciencia básica, es decir, todo el tiempo está cambiando, entonces es muy importante estar enterado, tener todos los sentidos puestos en el entorno para tomar aquello que me conviene y saber hacia dónde debo dirigir mi investigación, dónde debo dirigir la docencia en mis actividades cotidianas y sobre todo nuestros estudiantes pensar hacia dónde podrían enfocar su trayectoria eventualmente. Entonces es realmente algo muy importante y muy útil para el instituto. Entonces yo quiero felicitarlos de nuevo y agradecerles la invitación que nos han hecho y bueno, les deseo todo el éxito en las actividades que se van a realizar y bueno, pues muchas gracias y que tengan todos muy buen día. Gracias, doctor.
Muchas gracias. Bueno, pues para dar formalmente la inauguración, le voy a pedir a la doctora Mónica Jiménez, que representa a la Dirección de Investigación del Instituto Politécnico Nacional, si nos puede dar la declaratoria oficial.
Gracias. Buenos días. Pues bueno, siendo el 1 de septiembre del 2022, siendo las 9:58 horas del centro de la Ciudad de México, declaro inaugurado este evento, un día con Thompson Reuters, y pues bueno, espero que disfruten todas las actividades que se van a desarrollar y enhorabuena.
Gracias, doctora.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Con esto pues damos por iniciadas las actividades. Si les parece, hacemos una pequeña pausa para reorganizar y darle paso a nuestro primer expositor. Muchas gracias. Bienvenidas, bienvenidos. Que sea un excelente día, que haya mucho éxito y pues continuamos en unos minutos.
Vamos a dar un minutito más a que terminemos las instalaciones técnicas.
¿Puede alzar la mano quién le falta libreta, por favor? Y atrás, y por aquí un compañero, y aquí una de su compañero.
Pueden ir pasando las sillas. Solo las sillas.
Sí, es que
Entendimos.
como están terminando de acomodar, nada más eso. Sí, porque si no... No, ya es tarde, ya tenemos... Mira, aquí en Thompson para allá. Vente, Ra.
¿De este lado?
Blanco.
¿Cómo blanco? Moguel. Venimos, como mencionábamos hace un momento, de Thomson Reuters. Actualmente yo me desempeño como Senior QA Automation Engineer. Si no tienen un poquito de idea qué es, no se preocupen, uno de nuestros testimoniales que vamos a tener luego, que seguramente algunos de ustedes tal vez ubicarán, también estudió aquí, les platicará un poquito más a fondo sobre esto, ¿vale? Entonces, antes de pasar a lo que va a ser de lleno el workshop de Machine Learning, queremos platicar un poquito de qué va a tratar, de quiénes somos nosotros y a qué nos dedicamos, ¿vale? En ese momento mi compañera Fabiola Olivos, que también va a ayudarme a coordinar esta presentación inicial, nos va a presentar lo que viene siendo la agenda del día de hoy.
Bueno, como mencionaba mi compañero, yo soy Fabiola Olivos, soy del área de adquisición de talento y ahorita vamos a ver un poquito de la agenda de lo que vamos a ver el día de hoy. Bueno, ahorita les vamos a dar una breve introducción de 10 minutos de lo que es la empresa, de lo que es la empresa, Y después vamos a tener unos testimoniales de 2 exalumnos y de un ingeniero que trabaja con nosotros para que ustedes vean cuál ha sido su experiencia, por qué escogieron o qué escogieron estudiar y cómo ha sido también trabajar en nuestra empresa para ellos. Posteriormente, vamos a tener el Machine Learning Lab. Vamos a empezar con una introducción para que sepan qué es Machine Learning. Les va a explicar nuestro expositor que tenemos como invitado de Toronto, que se llama Ram Arun. Él les va a dar la introducción de los labs que van a ver en cada uno. Van a empezar a conectarse y él les va a dar todas las instrucciones. Y finalmente vamos a hablar un poquito de las entrevistas técnicas, cómo las trabajamos en la empresa, cómo son. Vamos a hacer un pequeño demo. Y si tienen todavía un poquito de paciencia, vamos a hacer un challenge.
Bueno, ¿quiénes somos? ¿Quién es Thomson Reuters? Vamos a darnos un pequeño paseo sobre lo que viene siendo nuestros principios. Creo que es la mejor forma que tenemos para definir quiénes somos. Parece que el puntero no funciona muy bien. Para quienes no sabían, Thomson Reuters es la empresa global de noticias más grande que existe. Nosotros nos dedicamos ¿a qué? A recolectar información confiable que pasamos a nuestros clientes para que ellos puedan tomar decisiones de negocio y tomar ventaja competitiva en sus respectivos mercados.
Sí, como mencionaba, nosotros entregamos toda esa inteligencia, esa tecnología y todo ese expertise humano que tenemos, porque tenemos mucho talento en nuestros colaboradores. Y bueno, todo esto lo entregamos a nuestros clientes para que ellos también puedan tomar esas decisiones oportunas y lo más eficientes posible.
Sin embargo, nuestro propósito va más allá de simplemente la adquisición de beneficios comerciales. Nosotros somos los proveedores número 1 y más confiables de información verídica a nivel mundial. Y es a través de esta búsqueda de información que nosotros también perseguimos impactar de manera positiva a la sociedad a través de la búsqueda del incremento del conocimiento, actuar con coraje en la búsqueda de la verdad y la integridad y de la misma forma impulsar a los que trabajan con nosotros a perseguir los mismos valores.
Bueno, también tenemos nosotros un objetivo o un propósito que pocas veces hablamos de él, es un superpoder que creemos nosotros. Y bueno, esto es inspirar tanto a nuestros empleados, esto se ve desde nuestra empresa, ¿no? Cuando tú llegas a las oficinas, siempre vas a ver a la gente con una sonrisa, porque intentamos que estemos siempre motivados, que siempre nos gusta lo que hacemos y también buscamos pasar o transmitir esta misma inspiración a nuestros clientes, ¿no?
Este principio de trabajar con pasión se volvió ahora sí, un valor esencial para todos los que formamos parte de Thomson Reuters. Y viene un poquito del insight que tuvo Steve Husker, el que viene siendo nuestro CEO, que al momento de unirse a Thomson Reuters se dio cuenta cómo todos los que colaboramos allí trabajamos con pasión y tenemos un conocimiento muy profundo en lo que hacemos y cómo buscamos a través de esto impactar de manera positiva a la sociedad. A partir de allí, parte de lo que buscamos en los perfiles es justamente eso, gente que ame lo que hace, porque es gracias a eso que podemos ahora sí que entregar lo mejor, ¿no? E impactar positivamente.
Y bueno, para nosotros sí es un privilegio poder trabajar en esta empresa, poder aportar de alguna forma a nuestra sociedad y como mencionamos, nuestro propósito no es tanto generar un valor comercial, eso también, pero también nos gusta inspirar a la gente y justo nuestros valores y todos nuestros mindsets and behaviors van muy de la mano con todo esto, ¿no? Con toda nuestra cultura. Entonces, queremos que nuestro trabajo genuinamente impacte e importe tanto en nuestros clientes como en nuestros partners, ¿no? Así los vemos nosotros, todos nuestros clientes, toda la gente con la que colaboramos en la oficina, en el día a día, aunque seamos de áreas distintas, siempre intentamos esa parte, ¿no? De hacer esa colaboración y hacer que nuestro trabajo importe. Y bueno, esto es lo que somos. Somos Thompson Reuters. Y ahora vamos a ver un poquito de por qué trabajar en Thompson Reuters es la mejor opción.
Primero, como platicábamos, somos una empresa global a nivel mundial, estamos presentes en prácticamente todos los continentes del mundo y con una presencia súper importante, como podemos ver, en el continente americano. De allí que se abran muchísimas oportunidades en el crecimiento que estamos teniendo actualmente aquí en México. Algunos datos importantes que podemos remarcar es que estamos en más de 100 países, tenemos ya más de 25 colaboradores a nivel mundial, formamos parte del top 100 de los programas de internship, entonces también motivamos ahora sí que la pronta inserción en el mercado laboral de los estudiantes. Tenemos también proyectos de voluntariado, como pueden ver a nivel global hemos acumulado más de 100,000 horas de voluntariado y seguimos en proceso para incrementar todo esto. Y bueno, muchos otros datos más que nos hacen uno de los, ahora sí que de los mejores lugares para trabajar aquí en México.
Exacto. Y bueno, actualmente ya somos casi 1,000 empleados solo en México. Ese es otro dato que tenemos que actualizar. Algunas de las carreras que tenemos en la empresa son en estas áreas. Tenemos en áreas de mercadotecnia, en áreas de tecnología, tenemos en áreas de servicios profesionales, de soporte y servicio al cliente. Tenemos también en la parte de Global Trade Management, en la parte de periodismo. Tenemos también editores en esa área del periodismo, en la parte de finanzas y en la parte de ventas. Entonces tenemos, como ustedes pueden ver, un amplio abanico de posibilidades.
Bueno, y definitivamente, ¿no? Parte de lo que proporcionamos como beneficios dentro de Thomson Reuters es también el bienestar de cada uno de nuestros colaboradores. Es importante el poder entregar los deliverables, pero también es importante el bienestar, ¿no? Este balance vida-trabajo que constantemente buscamos. Entonces, parte de los beneficios interesantes que tenemos viene siendo, tenemos días adicionales a los de la ley en cuanto a holidays. Tenemos alrededor de 4 o 5 adicionales. Tenemos el día libre de tu cumpleaños durante el mes en el que cumples años. Tenemos una de las propuestas más interesantes que viene siendo el Flex My Way. Quiere decir que de manera general casi todas las posiciones de México son híbridas. Entonces no tienes que estar 100% en la oficina. Generalmente se acuerda cuándo vas a la oficina y al mismo tiempo tenemos 8 semanas en las que podemos ahora sí que trabajar desde cualquier parte del país. Entonces estas semanas se acuerdan con tu jefe directo. Entonces no tienes que ir para nada a la oficina y 4 de esas semanas pueden ser incluso en el extranjero. Hay una lista de países en donde tenemos, digamos, estas aprobaciones. Son muy limitados los que no se pueden. Entonces son parte de los grandes beneficios que tenemos para poder dar este bienestar y permitir que ahora sí uno pueda entregar y al mismo tiempo vivir.
Así es, y bueno, esta es una de las empresas que esto no solo está en papel, ¿no? Porque hay muchas empresas que la cultura se ve muy bonita en una página o algo, pero aquí realmente lo vivimos. Como mencionaba Raj, tenemos desde nuestro Welcome Kit, nuestro día de cumpleaños y muchos más beneficios. Y bueno, la parte de la diversidad para nosotros es muy, muy, muy importante. Tenemos a lo largo del mundo unos grupos que nos apoyan para que realmente podamos validar que esto suceda. Entonces tenemos, por ejemplo, los grupos de Pride at Work, tenemos el grupo de Latino Employees, también tenemos de los veteranos, Women's and Thompson Reuters. Tenemos con ellos constantemente reuniones mensuales o periódicas y muchas veces ellos mismos buscan traernos conferencias o pláticas que nos ayuden a empezar a seguir concientizándonos respecto a esto, ¿no? Entonces, esto también es algo bastante valuable que tenemos en la empresa.
Ahora, en cuanto a los facilities, ¿no? Probablemente se preguntarán, bueno, ¿dónde estamos ubicados actualmente? Nos encontramos en... ¿Nos fuimos?
Disculpen, pero bueno, estábamos viendo nuestras oficinas. Actualmente estamos ubicados muy cerca de la Torre del Caballito, en la Torre Cuarzo. Tenemos los pisos 36, 37 y 38 y realmente esas oficinas son nuevas. Yo no tengo tanto la empresa, me tocó, bueno, no la inauguración, pero eran nuevas las oficinas. Entonces, la verdad es que son espacios muy, muy amigables, muy padres. Nos encanta ir a la oficina.
Son los pisos, como mencionaban, 37, 36, 37 y 38 de la Torre Cuarzo. Como pueden ver, en la primera imagen tenemos una magnífica vista. Entonces, el piso, bueno, dentro de lo que a mí me encanta es de que el piso es completo. Entonces, y está formado por ventanas. Entonces, tienes vista ahora sí que 360 grados, ¿no? Donde te sientes, vas a poder ver la vista exterior. En el piso 37, que es donde está el departamento de ingeniería, ya presten atención porque es donde también me encuentro yo, es donde tenemos la sala de juegos, ya tenemos una mesa de ping pong, tenemos por allá un PlayStation 4 y ahora sí que cada quien puede llevar la consola que quiera, una mesita de hockey. Bueno, allí es donde se organizan algunas de las actividades que de pronto tenemos recreativas, ¿no? También tenemos la libertad de organizar algunas propias. Con mis compañeros de equipo, nosotros los miércoles que vamos a la oficina, tenemos allá, por ejemplo, unas pequeñas retas de juegos de mesa durante la hora del lunch, ¿no? Entonces, bueno, aparte de eso, también tenemos, ahora sí que, estaciones de trabajo con monitores y todo el equipo necesario para poder instalarse y trabajar de manera adecuada. Tenemos también salas de trabajo individual, salas para trabajo en equipo, salas de conferencias, una sala principal para, ahora sí que grandes conferencias, como vendría siendo una de estas, pero en las oficinas, etcétera, ¿no? Entonces, la verdad es que son muy cómodas, son muy agradables. Nunca ha sido tedioso ir a la oficina más allá del tráfico, pero estar allí es bastante agradable, ¿no? Cuando toca ir.
La otra cosa que también es muy, muy padre de las oficinas es que nadie tiene un lugar designado. Entonces tenemos una aplicación y tú un día antes que vayas a trabajar, seleccionas tu escritorio, ¿no? Entonces te puedes encontrar a gente de cualquier área, cada día va gente nueva, ahorita está entrando gente diferente, entonces eso es muy padre, no tenemos oficinas, los espacios son abiertos, son libres, convives con toda la gente, vas a la cafetería y te encuentras a alguien de otra área, entonces todas esas cosas hacen que el ambiente sea bastante amigable.
Es cierto, ¿no? De pronto sí toca, o sea, dependiendo de dónde te pongas, te puede tocar convivir con la gente de ventas, te puede tocar convivir con la gente de recursos humanos. Es un poquito como uno llega a este tipo de eventos de pronto, ¿no?
Y bueno, ahorita hablando un poquito de los beneficios, no voy a mencionarlos a detalle, pero tenemos muchísimos beneficios. La verdad es que estamos rankeados entre el top de empresas y como mencionábamos, ¿no? Tenemos algunos adicionales como esos días extra que tenemos, también pues todo lo normal, ¿no? De los seguros de gastos médicos mayores, todo eso, los días de vacaciones. Y bueno, esto la verdad es que hace que trabajar en la empresa sea bastante buena opción para todos. Y por último, queremos cerrar con un video que espero que les guste mucho. A nosotros nos encanta y define increíblemente qué es Thomson Reuters y por qué es la mejor opción.
Y bueno, importante, a partir de aquí, se acaba la parte en español. El video está en inglés y vamos a hacer el switch a inglés, ¿no? Ah, no, es verdad, todavía faltan los testimonios, estos van a ser en español. Pero bueno, vamos a tener nuestra primera probada ya en inglés porque el resto del taller que van a hacer las próximas horas van a ser completamente en inglés. Entonces, esperemos que estén muy bien con eso. De todas formas, va a ser muy hands-on, así que van a poder seguir en pantalla. De todas formas, allá va el warning, ¿no?
And while we've made incredible leaps forward, the path ahead is not always clear. Now, more than ever, we must stand for the timeless ideals on which progress is built, to increase knowledge, to act with courage and integrity, to pursue justice, truth, and transparency to inform the way forward. This is our purpose at Thomson Reuters. But the way forward isn't ours alone to decide. It's discovered together with our customers through conversations, decisions, and action. When we power professionals with the insight and information to act with confidence, together we uphold the rule of law, turn the wheels of commerce, catch bad actors, distinguish fact from falsehood, and inform people all over the world. Through our customers, we lay the foundations upon which value is created, advancing the integrity and resilience of critical institutions and systems. So together, we can inform the way forward to a more understanding, trusting world for all.
Bueno, ahora vamos a continuar con los testimoniales. Le voy a ceder la palabra a mi compañero Julio Ramírez.
Hola, ¿cómo están? Buenos días. La verdad es que me siento muy emocionado de estar aquí. Yo soy egresado de la SCOM, Ingeniero en Sistemas Computacionales, de la 7ª generación. Ya hace 20 años que salí de la SCOM. Entonces ha sido un camino bastante largo, donde he aprendido muchas cosas, ¿no? Actualmente estoy en TIAR, me uní en enero, ¿no? Tiene poquito tiempo, pero la verdad es que ha sido un tiempo muy retador que he estado en Thomson Reuters, ¿no? El equipo que actualmente tengo lo tuve que armar de cero, tuve que hacer entrevistas, algo como lo que vamos a ver en la tarde de los procesos que seguimos. Trabajamos en un ambiente multicultural, ¿no? Tengo equipos en Canadá, en Estados Unidos, en la India. Entonces, la comunicación y el reto y todo esto que tenemos, la verdad es que es algo muy, muy bueno que puede ofrecer TIAR a todos nosotros como profesionales, ¿vale? Entonces, les digo, estoy muy emocionado. ¿Qué hizo que yo estudiara sistemas computacionales? La verdad, fue una computadora que me regaló mi papá cuando yo era en la secundaria, creo. A mí me tocó vivir el tiempo en donde estábamos en el proceso de transición, ¿no? Entre lo analógico y lo digital, ¿sale? Entonces, mucho de eso hizo que empezara yo a tener como este interés en las computadoras, ¿no? Todavía no existía C#, no existía Java, o al menos no estaba todavía, ¿no? Entonces, cuando yo entré, estudié en la Boca 3, ¿no? Ahí estudié Pascal, C++, ¿no? Todas estas cosas que hoy, bueno, C++ pues es nuestro pan de cada día, ¿no? Creo que ahora ya es Java, ¿no? Cuando yo estuve en la SCOM ya era Java. Me tocó también conocer o que iniciara C# con Microsoft, Visual Studio, ¿no? Actualmente ya vamos en el 2022, cuando yo entré o lo usé era 2002. Ahí hice mi tesis en ese lenguaje, en C#, era nuevo, se parecía a Java, entonces fue muy fácil la transición. Mi director de tesis fue el doctor Marco Moreno, que estuvo hace rato aquí con nosotros, entonces, y el maestro en ciencias Andrés Ortigosa también fue mi director de tesis. Entonces, bueno, de ellos aprendí mucho, ¿no? Al trabajo, la dedicación que hay que tener, ¿no? Todo esto que nos lleva a trabajar y constantemente buscar retos. Cuando yo salí de la escuela, pues no sabía qué quería, ¿no? O dónde iba a trabajar o qué iba a hacer, ¿no? Entonces, lo primero que hice o que encontré fue en una consultoría, ¿no? Y dije, bueno, pues está bien, para empezar, creo que es algo bueno. Pues yo no sabía todo esto de las prestaciones y todo este rollo, ¿no? Entonces, sí era así como que, bueno, pues está bien, ¿no? Me van a pagar, desde estudiantes a no tener nada, a tener algo, pues bueno, ya, ¿no? Dicen, oye, ¿qué onda? ¿No? Está muy bien. Entonces, bueno, empecé con eso, fue un trabajo de un año más o menos para un proyecto en Banorte. Estaba iniciando C#, justo por eso me contrataron, ¿no? Me reclutaron porque pues no tenía nada, pero era VBNet. Ahorita creo que ya no existe o hay cosas, pero era eso, ¿no? Después vino una transición, justo en esa consultoría buscaban en otra empresa que trabajaba de seguros, gente que conociera C#, y la verdad es que no había gente, ¿no? Que conociera esos lenguajes. Como hoy, ¿no? Hay muchos lenguajes que muchos no conocemos, ¿no? Entonces me reclutaron, me dijeron, ¿sabes qué? Pues vente a trabajar a Querétaro. Fui a trabajar a Querétaro, estuve allá un par de meses, iba y venía. era joven, entonces la verdad es que no me preocupaba, ¿no? El tema de hijos o cosas así, entonces era más fácil, ¿no? Justo ahí tuve la oportunidad de que la misma empresa me reclutara, esta empresa de seguros. Entonces, en esta empresa de seguros estuve trabajando 16 años. Pero estos 16 años no significa que siempre hiciera lo mismo, ¿no? Y trabajé 16 años ahí porque fue un tema que constantemente tenía retos, ¿sale? Empecé como programador, después vi que había otros esquemas, ¿no? Como un líder de proyecto, un project manager, había arquitectos, había muchas cosas. Y siempre hay como partes en donde no está cubierto algo, ¿no? Y siempre hay oportunidades, soporte, mejoras, o sea, hay un montón de cosas, ¿no? Y diferentes áreas, ¿no? Antes no había un tema que estaba como dividido, ¿no? De front, de back, testing y todo este rollo, ¿no? Era, pues todos hacíamos de todo, ¿no? Entonces, digamos que te daba la oportunidad de aprender. Entonces era retador por eso. En este paso, después de analista, les digo, fui líder de proyecto, entonces ya tenía un equipo. La verdad es que pues, a los 23 años, 24 años, tener ya un equipo es una gran responsabilidad, ¿no? Porque además es sacar el proyecto en tiempo, es hacer las cosas bien, con calidad, ¿no? Buscando no tener bugs en producción, ¿no? Algo que también fui aprendiendo fue el negocio, ¿no? A veces pensamos que como programadores, bueno, mi función es programar y ya, pero no es cierto, ¿no? Creo que en esta empresa de seguros donde estuve, lo que aprendí fue a ser empático con el cliente, ¿no? Porque al final todos somos clientes, ¿no? De algo, de un software que entregamos. Entonces, si no lo hacemos bien, seguramente en algún momento se nos va a regresar, ¿no? Entonces, hay que hacerlo bien, ¿no? Digamos que eso es como parte de lo que como desarrolladores tenemos que pensar, ¿no? Como si fuera para nosotros. Entonces, esa es la calidad que debemos de buscar. Después de ahí también me tocó llevar pues proyectos, ¿no? Y ya involucraban temas financieros. ¿Qué sucedió con esto? Pues que tuve que aprender algo que yo decía en las a mí no me gustan las materias administrativas, ¿no? Yo quiero ver las materias de computación o matemáticas o cosas así. Al final terminé aprendiendo esas materias, ¿no? Finanzas, economía, capital humano, administración, etcétera. Son importantes. ¿Por qué? Porque, por ejemplo, hoy actualmente yo me desempeño como software manager, people manager en realidad. ¿Qué significa? Que yo soy responsable de estas personas, no solo por el trabajo que hacen, sino como también por ellas, por su crecimiento profesional. Entonces, yo soy un guía para estas personas, ¿no? Y en general. ¿Por qué? Porque todos debemos de tener un plan de carrera, ¿no? Algo donde queramos vernos o cómo nos queremos ver en un tiempo. Después de esto yo, por ejemplo, después de ahí seguí y dije, bueno, me interesa el negocio, me interesan las reglas de negocio, me interesan varias cosas. Empecé a hacer un tema de análisis de negocio. Y hice una certificación, hice varias cosas que involucraba manejar o trabajar con la gente, ¿no? Ya no era nada más programar, ya era trabajar con el usuario, que a veces el usuario ni nos entiende, ¿no? Dice, ¿y tú qué? ¿No? O sea, no te entiendo, pero tú ponlo, tú prográmalo, ¿no? O quiero que se vea así, yo quiero que se vea así, ¿no? Sí, pero todo tiene un costo, ¿no? Y al final ya empiezas a ver, oye, sí, pero ponerle eso me cuesta 10 horas, ¿no? Ah, pues sí, pero 10 horas me cuestan tantos pesos y empiezas a hacer un montón de traducciones de todo ese tipo de cosas. ¿Qué sucedió? Que después de eso, por ejemplo, yo ya buscaba ser, pues, manager, ¿no? Y no tanto porque a lo mejor quisiera eso, ¿no? Sino porque como que de alguna manera en México te obligan a que si no vas como avanzando en ese tipo de path, no vas creciendo económicamente, ¿no? Entonces, digamos que fue orientado para allá. Pero al final siempre tenía un objetivo, ¿no? Y era ese, ¿no? Llegar a esa parte. ¿Qué me fue pasando? Que todos los años o cada X tiempo pues tenía estos efectos y demás, pasaron cosas, ibas aprendiendo, ¿no? Todo el tiempo te vas actualizando en diferentes cosas, lenguajes, estilos arquitectónicos, a ya no tener errores, ¿no? Yo recuerdo una vez que alguien me dijo, bueno, es que esa validación que no pusiste, pues ya no te debería de pasar porque tú eres senior, tienes 5 años programando y cómo es que se te fue una validación de un campo, ¿no? Y entonces yo con eso dije, no, o sea, tiene completamente toda la razón del mundo, ¿no? Y de ahí, créanme que nunca más lo volví a hacer, ¿no? Siempre estoy preocupado por esa parte. Entonces, todo nos va dando experiencias y las experiencias, buenas o malas, al final eso no importa. Lo que importa es aprender de ellas, ¿sale? Entonces, si algo no le salió, aprendan por qué no le salió. Hagan una retrospectiva, ahora que está de moda el tema de Scrum. Hagan una retrospectiva de por qué pasó. ¿Qué hice mal? ¿Qué podría hacer mejor para que eso no me pase? ¿No? ¿Qué necesito? ¿Qué necesito prepararme más o qué pasó? Entonces, son cosas que en el mismo trayecto ustedes van a poder ir aprendiendo. En TR tienen, justamente, no necesariamente tienen que avanzar como yo lo hice, ¿no? Para poder esto. Aquí la oportunidad que tienen es que si ustedes son buenos programadores, pueden seguir avanzando en ese track de programadores, ¿vale? Y en ese track pueden ir creciendo a un nivel, a lo mejor como le llamaríamos como un subdirector aquí en México, pero siendo ingenieros, o en testers, o en managers, o en el path que ustedes elijan, ¿no? En algún momento les va a tocar o podrían tocarles dirigir equipos. Entonces, el tema de Scrum también es importante, ¿no? Estudiarlo. Scrum Masters, si pueden certificarse, está bien. Product Owners también está bien. Hay muchas áreas hoy en las cuales se necesita talento. Entonces, lo que yo les podría, en este caso, pedir o recomendar es que vayan pensando en su plan de carrera. ¿Qué quieren ser primero? En un año, año y medio, en 3 años, en 5 años. ¿A dónde se ven? Y de eso que se vean, ¿qué necesitan hacer para llegar ahí? Cursos, certificaciones, retos en un trabajo, hablar con tu manager. Los managers para eso estamos, para ayudar a la gente. Bueno, esa debería ser nuestra misión, a veces no sucede, pero de esa debería ser nuestra misión. Y en TR sí sucede, ¿eh? Yo soy fiel testigo de eso y yo lo hago. Entonces, sí, piensen en eso, porque hoy justamente eso les da a ustedes dónde quieren estar, ¿no? Y que no sean programadores siempre, ¿no? ¿Por qué? Porque está bien programar, pero en algún momento hay que crecer, y el crecimiento ahí está, ¿vale? Y es tomar la oportunidad. Si ven que algo nadie lo quiere hacer, ustedes éntrenle, digan, sí, yo lo hago, ¿por qué? No sé, pero yo lo hago, yo me invento, me investigo, me desvelo. Creo que eso es algo que pues muchos hacemos, ¿no? Bueno, por ejemplo, en la escuela me acuerdo, yo no dormía, ¿no? Por terminar mis tareas que entregaba al día siguiente, ¿no? Mis exámenes. Y eso al final me dejó experiencias, ¿no? Buenas o malas, pero de todo aprendes. Entonces, sigan con eso. Esta es mi experiencia de vida. Espero que esto les ayude a que tengan una claridad de qué pueden esperar cuando pues, empiecen a trabajar, ¿no? Y por otro lado, y bueno, eso sale un poquito, pero por ejemplo, en mi caso, yo les recomiendo también que piensen en el futuro, y me refiero en el futuro financiero de todas maneras. ¿Por qué? Porque hoy, por ejemplo, muchos de nosotros a lo mejor ya no tenemos el tema de la pensión del IMSS y demás, ¿sale? Entonces, estamos con la FORE, entonces aprovechen su tiempo de crecimiento profesional, de dinero, demás. Piensen en el futuro, porque en algún momento esto va a cambiar, ¿vale? Entonces, no nada más es lo técnico, también piensen en todos los aspectos de su vida, ¿no? Como personas. Entonces, a lo mejor un día quieren hacer familia, a lo mejor no, quieren tener X cosas, etcétera. Todo tiene que estar en su plan, ¿no? Además del plan de carrera. Entonces, son las recomendaciones que yo les puedo dar de mi experiencia y de cómo hoy estamos. Les recomiendo ampliamente trabajar en TR. La verdad, yo lo he disfrutado. Todos los días son retadores. Practiquen el inglés. Eso es muy importante. Practiquen el inglés. Escúchenlo, traten de hablar, métanse a grupos. Hagan lo que sea para practicarlo. ¿Por qué? Porque aquí la comunicación es netamente en inglés, ¿vale? Y a veces tienen que ir solos con otros extranjeros, ¿no? Y entonces así como, ¿y cómo le explico lo que esté pasando, no? ¿Y cómo le explico mi problema? ¿Y cómo me da la solución? ¿Y le entendía la solución o no? ¿No? Entonces, practíquenlo. Eso es muy importante, ¿no? Son de las cosas que hoy, bueno, yo les quise compartir. La verdad, les digo, estoy muy orgulloso de ser egresado del Politécnico, de la SCOM. En mi equipo actualmente tengo 4 politécnicos, somos 7, y no es un patrón, la verdad yo no los escogí, pero así, ¿no? Bajo eso, pero la verdad es que el Poli da muy buenos ingenieros, y todos tienen la muy buena actitud, el trabajo, y están dispuestos, ¿no? Entonces, todo eso se valora y se recompensa, ¿vale? En TR tenemos todo eso, entonces, muchas gracias, y bueno, los invito a que en algún momento consideren unirse a TR. Muchas gracias.
Bueno, buenos días. Yo también soy egresado de aquí. Justamente el doctor Itzamá es mi director de tesis de la maestría. También soy egresado de SCOM. El doctor Mario, que está aquí, fue uno de mis sinodales en aquel entonces, me hizo sufrir mucho. Pero todo bien. Yo les voy a platicar un poco sobre mis experiencias como egresado, qué me dio el posgrado como tal y dónde he trabajado. La verdad es que he tenido muy buena fortuna desde que salí del posgrado. Tengo dos historias, una antes del posgrado trabajando y una después. Antes del posgrado, cuando recién salí de SCOM, estuve trabajando para Vancomer con Softec. Fue un trabajo difícil, fue un trabajo duro, muchas horas, pero de mucho aprendizaje. O sea, la verdad es que mi primer trabajo fue de mucho aprendizaje y eso me gustó mucho. Pero tenía siempre en mente la idea de hacer el posgrado. Siempre fue algo que quise porque me gusta mucho el área técnica. Entonces, inicié el posgrado y terminándolo, empecé a trabajar para Oracle. Y algo de lo que creo yo que me nutrió mucho el posgrado fue, no solo en cuestión de madurar profesionalmente, porque no solo el trabajo me ayudó con eso, sino el posgrado también, revisiones de tesis, publicar tus resultados en una revista. Tuve la oportunidad de publicar resultados de mi investigación de la maestría en una revista que publica el SIC. Me ayudó en eso también, porque practiqué mi inglés escrito pasó a revisión. Y le recalco lo que comentaba Julio, o sea, practiquen mucho inglés, es muy, muy importante. Y desde entonces, después del posgrado, pues todos mis trabajos han sido en inglés, ¿no? Empecé a trabajar para Oracle en Guadalajara, me mudé un tiempo. Allá en Oracle estuve trabajando con uno de sus sistemas de Enterprise Resource Planning, que es para administrar prácticamente cadenas de suministro. Y bueno, mi posgrado y mi ingeniería, ambas las hice enfocándome en un lenguaje de programación. Entonces es algo que a ustedes también les recomiendo. O sea, si van a hacer su tesis, pues háganlo de lo que quieran, el tema de investigación que quieran, pero aprovechen la oportunidad también para aprender otras cosas. Por ejemplo, en mi caso yo me enfoqué en la maestría, me enfoqué a la predicción de divisas. O sea, cuánto va a valer el peso el día de mañana basado en series de tiempo. Las analizaba y trataba de hacer una predicción. Pero aparte de esa investigación aprovechaba para aprender Java. Entonces todo lo que programé para mi maestría y para mi ingeniería lo hice con Java. Y fue algo que me ayudó mucho a la hora de buscar trabajo. Entonces es uno de los tips que le doy. Después de Oracle, estuve trabajando ahí aplicando un poco de Java y trabajando con su Enterprise Resource Planning. Me fui a una empresa argentina, se llama Globant Consultora. Ahí estuve trabajando para un proyecto que se llama, o más bien una empresa que se llama Credit Suisse. Estuve asignado a Credit Suisse, un banco suizo que eh, trabaja dando préstamos chonchos. O sea, no tiene clientes como nosotros, ¿no? Sino clientes de gobiernos, empresas muy grandes. Y vaya, o sea, todo lo que estudié en la maestría, no solo apliqué el Java que aprendí en la maestría por desarrollar mi tesis, sino que también lo que aprendí por investigar cómo predecir el peso, me ayudó a entender muchos temas económicos. Entonces es algo que también les recomiendo hacer. Después de estar trabajando ahí en Globant, me fui para Google un tiempo. No estuve trabajando con Google directo porque Google no tiene programadores aquí en México directo, pero fui contratado por una empresa que se llama PAM, que también es una consultoría bielorrusa, y fui asignado al proyecto de Google. Ahí parecerá difícil de creer, ¿no? Pero dirán, a lo mejor no voy a aplicar nada de lo que estudié en la maestría y ya, ¿no? Pero no, casualmente recuerdo mucho una clase de la maestría que era de algoritmos, creo que se llama programación avanzada, y en esa clase me dieron un algoritmo que se llama Stable Matches. No recuerdo el autor del algoritmo, pero busca parejas estables. Entonces, Google utiliza ese algoritmo para tratar de crear equipos de trabajo. O sea, ¿qué ingeniero se va a llevar mejor con qué manager? Y pues dije, órale, ¿no? O sea, la verdad es que no me imaginaba que pues algo así lo iba a aplicar. Entonces, digo, hay muchas maneras de desarrollarse profesionalmente y el posgrado me ayuda mucho en eso. No solo me ayudó a mejorar mi inglés, ¿no? Sino que también esa capacidad de resolver problemas, porque las entrevistas para Google no fueron fáciles, ¿eh? O sea, te ponían coding challenges, pero coding challenges bastante interesantes. Entonces, son cosas que al menos yo en SCOM no aprendí, ¿no? Todo eso de programación avanzada y muchos de esos algoritmos, la verdad, los aprendí en el posgrado. Y, y ya fue algo que me ayudó mucho. Después bueno, ahí en Google sí estuve mucho tiempo, fueron 4 años o más, casi 5. Después de eso me vine para acá, para TIAR, me dieron la oportunidad de liderar un equipo de trabajo de calidad. En Google hacía lo mismo, lo que hago es automatización de pruebas. Hoy en día, a diferencia de como se hacía hace varios años, antes cuando querían hacer software, lo que hacían era, pues vamos a hacer la planeación, ¿no? El día tal comenzamos, el día tal se programa, dentro de 2 meses pasa pruebas, luego pruebas de usuario y liberamos en 1 año. Antes hacía así, una programación en cascada. Tal vez ya han escuchado de eso, ¿no? Y hoy no, o sea, hoy todo es más ágil. Hay ya metodologías de desarrollo ágil, entonces hay cambios todo el tiempo, ¿no? Por ejemplo, si ustedes saben Facebook o cualquier aplicación que gusten, vamos a poner Facebook en particular. Puede ser que un día en la mañana vean un logo de Facebook, ¿no? El logo normal, pero al día siguiente, que es día de, no sé, la revolución, a lo mejor cambia el nombre, ¿no? Entonces, en un mismo día pueden haber varios cambios en una aplicación, cambios que se liberaron a producción y van a llegar a los clientes. Entonces, como eso ya pasa hoy en día, yo me dedico a eso, a asegurar la calidad de ese tipo de aplicaciones. ¿Y cómo se asegura? Automatizando pruebas. Muchas de las pruebas hoy en día ya no se hacen manualmente, sino lo que se hace es un programa de software que controla otro programa de software y pues valida que ese programa haga todo lo que tiene que hacer. Eso es lo que hago yo hoy en día. Y bueno, me dieron esta oportunidad acá en TR. Trabajo con en el área de Tax and Accountability. En esta área tenemos un producto, es el producto estrella, me siento orgulloso de decirles que, por ejemplo, la vicepresidenta fue la que me dijo en persona, oye, necesito que revises esto. Estaba en otro proyecto, igual dentro de Thompson, pero antes de este proyecto de declaración de impuestos, fue la que me pidió que empezáramos a automatizar pruebas para esa aplicación. Entonces es lo que hago. Actualmente programo, bueno, no programo ya tanto realmente, pero sí decido las tecnologías, decido las estrategias y mentoreo a otros miembros del equipo de QA para crear estas pruebas automatizadas. Muchas veces se hacen con lenguajes como C# o Java, JavaScript, depende para qué los quieres hacer. Y hago eso. Entonces creo estas estrategias, a veces programo para crear estas pruebas automatizadas que revisen otros programas. Y es lo que estoy haciendo actualmente. Como consejos finales, les recalco mucho el inglés, eso es importantísimo. Y el área en la que se quieren desarrollar está muy bien, incluso digo, si les gusta mucho el área técnica, no tienen que dejarla, pueden crecer como arquitectos, pueden crecer como heads de ingeniería. Hay muchos caminos en las carreras en los que se pueden recorrer y ya muchas áreas existentes, pero sí, en todos estos trabajos, después del posgrado, todos han sido en inglés, entonces es algo muy importante, es algo que les recalco, apréndanlo y háblenlo, lleven conversaciones, vean sus series en inglés, con subtítulos en inglés, eso les va a ayudar mucho. Pero sí, o sea, siento que todo este camino fue mucho en parte gracias a la maestría, gracias a las capacidades que me dio para resolver problemas y a la disciplina que me dio al escribir mi tesis, a que me la rechazaran, a que me la rechazaran los sinodales, revisar la gramática en inglés y todo eso. Fue algo muy constructivo y que les recomiendo que aprovechen mucho y sigan desarrollando. Gracias.
Bueno, buenos días. Perfecto. Mi nombre es Enrique Rojas. Yo no soy egresado de aquí. Yo, de hecho, estudié en la Universidad Tecnológica en el estado de Morelos. Pero bueno, ya llevo 7 años viviendo aquí en la Ciudad de México. He trabajado para varias empresas, empresas globales. Accenture, otras empresas igual globales e internacionales. He estado trabajando. Mi historia es un poco diferente. Yo, de hecho, yo no quería ser programador. Yo no sabía programar. Yo no tiré una línea de código hasta mi segundo semestre, ¿no? Ya que empecé la carrera. Yo quería ser arquitecto, pero bueno, pues por razones del destino ya no alcancé ficha, por flojo. Entonces, pues terminé diciendo, bueno, pues qué es lo que es algo que me va a entretener, ¿no? Y pues bueno, dije, programación, está bien. sistemas, parece bien, ¿no? No tenía idea de lo que era, pero bueno, ya al empezar la carrera, pues la verdad es de que todos ya pasaron por ahí, todos ya tuvieron sus dolores de cabeza, todos ya vieron lo que es, ¿no? Lo que es lo que es programar. Algo que a mí me llamó mucho la atención y me apasiona hasta el día de hoy. Ya ahorita no estoy programando tanto como me gustaría, sí programo los fines de semana y en las noches a veces. Ahorita estoy más ya en el área de management, pero bueno, yo sigo siendo un ingeniero, ¿no? de programación. Y la creatividad que tú puedes tener siendo un programador es lo que me apasiona a mí. Es emocionante y les digo porque yo he trabajado mis sistemas, mis equipos, tenemos aplicaciones, tenemos páginas que no las ven 100 personas, que no las ven 1000 personas, que las ven 100,000 personas, que las ven las 24 horas en todo el mundo. Mi aplicación, en la última empresa, mi aplicación era la encargada de toda la logística de transporte en Estados Unidos. Y pues bueno, ya se imaginarán todo lo que conlleva, ¿no? Entonces, esa creatividad y esa responsabilidad que te da el ser un programador, literal, nosotros movemos el mundo. El mundo ya no se mueve sin software. Entonces, como les mencionaba a mis compañeros, sigan aprendiendo. Te puedo decir, al final de cuentas, si sabes arquitectura, porque tienes que saber arquitectura para diseñar un buen sistema, no solamente es tirar líneas de código para programar, también es la calidad, es conocer la línea de negocio. Posteriormente hice una maestría en Business Administration, porque me gusta la parte del negocio. Entonces, el ser un ingeniero, ya tener ese background de programador, no solamente significa que vamos a estar tirando líneas, sino significa que vamos a aprender el negocio. Entonces, pues aprendan el negocio, practiquen el inglés, es súper importante. Y pues es lo que yo les puedo decir. Lamentablemente yo no he contratado a nadie de aquí del IPN, yo contrato de la UNAM. Bueno, armé un equipo desde cero y ahorita solamente tengo 3 chicos de la UNAM. Estoy buscando más gente, entonces pues ojalá y lleguen conmigo. Pero no, la verdad es de que he trabajado con Julio. Él siempre me da muy buenas referencias de todos los chicos que vienen de acá. Entonces, pues bueno, ojalá y nos consideren en un futuro. Yo llegué a Thomson Reuters. Lo que les puedo decir es de que sí, no solamente lo ven en papel, no solamente lo ven en papel ahí. Creo que ya todos tenemos un poquito de conocimiento de cómo es el mundo allá afuera. Ya todos conocemos a alguien que trabajó para ciertas empresas aquí en México donde dices, no, pues es que no dormí, salí a las 12 de la noche, a las 3 de la mañana. Somos programadores, eso va a pasar eventualmente en algún momento, pero la verdad es de que en Thomson Reuters sí se preocupan mucho por nosotros, sí se preocupan mucho por ese work-life balance y por cómo estamos, ¿no? Como personas. No solamente es hacer el dinero, sino también tratar bien a las personas. Entonces, espero y en un futuro consideren llegar con nosotros a Thomson Reuters. Y pues bueno, eso sería todo lo que tengo para ustedes.
Bueno, ahora sí, el momento que supongo todos estábamos esperando. Vamos a pasar ahora sí que al frente a nuestro invitado especial, Ram, que... Yes, we need to switch to English. So, Ram, I think it's your turn now. So, you can come with us and, well, let's do it.
And while we get everything ready, Isa and, while Ram installs, I'm going to switch to Spanish again. Los vamos a invitar a otro evento que tenemos, de otra área, en lo que él se instala, que es el área de diseño, ¿va? Es User Experience, User Interface, Accessibility, que hoy está súper fuerte y que es muy importante que justamente todo lo que desarrollemos lo hagamos con esa visión. Los vamos a invitar para que puedan unirse. Es también, pueden ir a las oficinas, que de hecho está increíble, para que conozcan todo lo que les contó Rajiv, o pueden tomarlo en línea para que escuchen lo que estamos haciendo en esa área. Estamos creciendo estamos armando un equipo entero de diseño y de UX, entonces pues ahí los esperamos. Y ya ese fue el comercial. Ahora sí, get ready to get everything in English.
a hands-on. That's why you need to.
Hello. Hello. Perfect. Can you guys hear me? Hopefully. Perfect. All right, just give me 1 minute, guys. All right. So, ¿cómo está? Did I say that right? All right, I'm just still learning Spanish. So my name is Ram. I work as a manager for site reliability engineering in Thomson Reuters, basically located in Toronto. And I kind of oversee OneSource platform application, which is a tax product that US customers use, like KPMG, EY, PwC, Deloitte. They all use this product, right? And I kind of manage the platform operation and reliability. So I also kind of teach people out of passion. As a volunteer in Toronto, we run a community group for 3,200 members where we teach cloud technology, but we also don't restrict ourselves teaching different other technologies. Like one we are going to do today is machine learning. We're going to do some hands-on. We'll keep it light. We'll kind of use this as a platform to slowly get yourself introduced to some terms in machine learning, and then do some hands-on labs, which is very important, that we'll focus on. And then at the end of the event, you guys would get a digital badge from Google upon completion of the labs. Oh, I think so horrible to hear your voice, especially when you're on the dais. Apologies, guys. Some technical glitches always comes up, no matter how prepared we are. I'm talking over my voice. This is there. No. No, it's a recording that's playing from there. I'm on Teams. Yeah. I'm presenting and I'm speaking. The recording is delayed. It's replaying. So horrible to hear your voice, especially when you're on the dais. Or I can use the other laptop. can use the other laptop if you want. I can use the other laptop. Like this? Okay. All right. So once again, I hope we don't have to hear me back again. If it happens, just mute it. All right. Okay. So yeah, so we reached cloud technology. Basically, we are trying to also start working on AWS platform as well. But today's session is going to be on Google Cloud Platform. So with a short introduction, yeah, that's me, right? Like I'm not going to spend time on this. So here are some meetup channels. Like take a picture of this. We do free sessions and it's over remote. Anybody can join and learn. The benefit is you also get free access you get some study jam code using which you get 1 month or you can keep getting free access to the learning platform, and it's in real Google Cloud Platform itself. So those are the URL links, and you also have a QR code that you can scan. So there is 3 that's up right now. One community meetup, one that is hosted by Thompson Reuters, and there is one that we are focused on AWS as well, right? So I'll give a quick 10 seconds for taking any pictures in case if you guys want to. So perfect. Let's move forward, right? So the agenda for the session today is going to be pretty simple and straightforward. We are going to do some basics of machine learning, where we'll kind of understand some basic concepts, what is what, and then some terminologies pretty much at a very high level. I will not bore you guys going into the depth of machine learning, right? It's a lot. It's like an ocean if you will have to learn more, but we will keep it at a high level so that you guys get familiar, you guys can do the labs. That's our intention today. So we'll do totally 5 labs today. The first lab is going to be on Vertex AI Workbench, where you guys would use Google's Vertex AI Workbench, which is primarily used by all Googlers, the data scientists working in Google. They use Vertex AI, right? And we'll go in depth on what is what, right? And then we will also kind of use some APIs to kind of convert text to audio, audio to text, natural languages, things like that, right? You will do all this hands-on, so you'll understand better when we start doing it. So to start with the basics first, right? Like what is machine learning? So there are book definitions, but usually like the way you can simply understand is any software application that involves some algorithm which is used for making some predictions, right? And when you have machine learning and when the machine starts thinking, it becomes an AI, right? The goal of machine learning is to create an AI, right? So you can understand that AI sits at the high level. A subset of AI is your machine learning, and within machine learning, you have few more bifurcations, right? So you have supervised machine learning, you have unsupervised, and then you have one more, right? So reinforcement. So we will go see some examples of each of that so that you guys can understand. But yeah, so keep it simple, right? Like when somebody asks you what is a machine learning, it's nothing but a software application where you give some input data, you train using some models which are pre-created, or you can create your own model, and it kind of predicts some output based on whatever the files that you pass as input, right? And the next level to machine learning is AI, right? The machine starts thinking itself. Now, oftentimes I've seen people getting confused between AI, machine learning versus deep learning versus data science, right? Like these are kind of synonymously, sometimes people get confused about is machine learning an AI, is deep learning an AI, things like that, right? So as you can see here, so in short, I've just kept it in a very short note so that you guys can quickly understand it with an example. So AI is nothing but it's a machine. When the machine starts thinking itself and starts making decisions, that is when you call that as an artificial intelligence. Like the goal of any machine learning is to attain the artificial intelligence, right? And when you talk about machine learning, as I said, it is a subset of AI, and it is a program with some algorithms. It has input data. It has been trained with some model that has been created by researchers or data scientists. And then you kind of explore the data, you make some predictions, right? And we have, as I said, 3 different approaches when you talk about machine learning. One is called supervised machine learning, which is when, take an example of
street lights, right? So there is some past data in terms of the number of accidents happening due to people not following the signals, right? So you have some past data and you can label the data saying, okay, this accident happened due to this reason, right? So you know what your input data is. When you use such known input data as the input data and start running your machine learning program, like the model, synonymously you can say model or the program, it could be a Python program, right? So it starts processing, and the more time you train it or run it, the more better it gets, right? It's just like a car. When you sit in the car for the first time, you don't start driving, right? You start understanding the basics of the car. Like you start understanding what's the steering wheel, how much pedal I should use on the accelerator, when I should apply the brake, right? So likewise, your machine learning model starts getting better and better based on the number of times you run them. It starts understanding the input data better and better, right? The accuracy of the result gets better, right? And always make sure that machine learning cannot be 100% accurate, right? Because you're basing your model based on the past data, right? There are circumstances that might change, that might impact the decisions. So it's always not 100% accurate, right? We try to get a result based on accuracy. So taking another example in the health sector, let's take an example in the health sector where machine learning could be a great use, right? So now we have a lot of data around cancer, right? Like patients who have got cancers and what are the symptoms that they have seen in the past. Now, with machine learning, what we could do is, rather than going to a doctor and making that prediction, the doctors can now use machine learning, right? Where they can take a particular patient record, feed it as an input, and then because machine learning has a ton of data on cancer patients, it could start making some predictions about the probability of cancer, right? So it's going to be much better result than one single doctor making some determination about whether do you have a chance of getting something, right? So in health sector, it's going to play a major role, and that's just a simple use case, right? And you have different sectors, different use cases, you can apply machine learning. Now, what is an unsupervised machine learning? So unsupervised machine learning is when you cannot label your input data. You just have a bunch of data like images, take for example, right? Like you have several images that you have taken and you just feed them as input data. And then the model starts categorizing based on the similarities that it finds on the images. So it's going to automatically start finding those similarities. For example, all the fruits, it's going to cluster them as one cluster, right? And all the vehicles, it's going to cluster them, right? So that's a typical example of unsupervised machine learning. And the third one is reinforced, or semi-supervised is what we call, right? This is an example where you have some data that you know what it is and some you don't, right? In that case, you have known data and some unknown data, and it starts processing, the model starts categorizing and doing both, right? In that case, you call them as reinforced or semi-supervised machine learning. Now, what we have understood so far is you have artificial intelligence. A subset of artificial intelligence is machine learning. Under machine learning, there are three different approaches. One, supervised, where in supervised, you know what the past data is. You have some labels. Second, unsupervised, you don't know what the input data is. The model starts clustering them separately, right? And the third one is a combination of first one and two, right? So now, what is deep learning? Now, deep learning is nothing but another subset of machine learning, right? So take an example of a human making a decision, right? So some human kind of interpretation is done by your machine learning using neural networks. And there are different types of neural networks, right? There is artificial neural network called ANN, and then there is called CNN, and then there is called, CNN is convolutional neural network, RN is recurrent neural network. So each has its own purpose. When you are playing with numbers to make some predictions, some decision making, and you're using deep learning, you will use artificial neural network, right? And when you want to make some prediction based on images, that's when you will go to convolutional neural network. And if you have a time series of data, right? Like, I don't know if you have seen in LinkedIn, there are some time series graph that you might have seen. 1977, this happened, 1988, there's a time series. So similar to that, right? In those cases, you will go for the third one, recurrent neural network, right? So if you're using these three, then you can say that yes, your model has deep learning, and it is kind of like trying to make some human-like decisions, right? That's why the name is neural network, right? Just like how humans have the neural on our brains. Now, the last is the data science. Now, what is the data science, right? Like, so any researcher or scientist who applies all of the above that we just discussed, and they use some statistical tools, right? They will use probably the linear differential calculus and things like that, statistics, probability. Then they're applying data science on top of your machine learning, right? They work on across all of these different models that we just discussed about. At a high level, just wanted you guys to get some quick introduction on this. Any questions so far? Right? Am I going too fast? Yeah, okay. If I'm going too fast, my rate of speech is high, and I've been specifically told not to go speed, right? So raise your hands if you have any, at any given point of time, you feel you cannot follow, right? When I switch to the labs, we'll go very slow, like baby steps, right? So we don't miss anything. Now, the core of machine learning, right? What are the process involved when you start working with machine learning, right? Basically, there are 7 steps when you want to work with machine learning, starting with gathering data, right? As the name, I think it's implicit. You understand what that means, right? So you want to collect data. So one thing you want to understand is you're trying to create an AI or a machine learning, which means you need a lot of data, right? You cannot just feel like 1 or 2. Then your prediction is going to be like, say for example, coffee, no, wine or beer, right? If I just give 2 data, like the color of the wine and the alcohol percentage, and then I'm going to feed, say, or dark, I don't know what the colors are, dark maroon, and then alcohol 14%, let's say for example, right? So that's one record, and then you will give another data saying yellowish and less alcohol percentage, that's beer, right? If you just pass these 2 data, then your machine learning is not going to be effective, right? It's not, because whenever you pass some input to test your machine learning and try to expect some output, it's kind of going to be biased, right? It's going to look at the color and say, yeah, it might be a wine or it might be a beer, right? But it may not be accurate. So the importance is you need to have good data, and it has to be a randomized data. You cannot put like sequentially, you start entering all wines and then all beers, right? Then you're introducing kind of some bias to the system. So gathering data is very important. And one of the reasons why we are still trying to get better is we need good data, right? The good data is very critical, and it has to be meaningful. So gathering data is a critical step when we work on machine learning. And in Google Cloud, when you work, they give you some public data set, some data that is allowed that you can use for your testing, right? The salary census in US is something that we will be using today in our lab. So that's a public data set which has kind of like, I think like some lakhs and lakhs of records on that. So you're not going to create any data. You are simply going to use the data for your purpose. But when you want to build your own machine learning, you will find your own input data to train your machine learning. The second step is data preparation, right? As the name says, it's not just enough that you have some data. You have to make sure that data is loaded in the right place. It is that the right parameters are in place so that your machine learning model could use them, right? The third one is choosing the right model. Do you use a supervised model or unsupervised? Which one should you use, right? So when in case of images, as we discussed, convolutional neural networks. So making a decision. Today, we have quite a lot of models that have been pre-created. These models are nothing but programs, right? Python programs, which has some mathematical algorithm, which kind of makes some decisions, right? So anytime we say model, it's just a program that has some mathematical algorithms to make some decisions based on the input data. The next one is training, which is very important. Just as I said in the car, right? You know it's a car and you know how it works, but the more you train driving a car, you get better at it, right? Just like that, synonymously, when you work with machine learning, you have a model, your model will start rendering better outputs when you train your model with the data set, the input data set that you just gathered, right? So the more you kind of run those models, it starts training and makes accuracy, the results are going to be better. So training is important. And the evaluation is the next step. Now, when we said we are going to gather some data, it is a golden rule that you have 80-20 or 70-30. What that means? I have 80% of my data that I'll pass as input data, and 20% I'll keep it aside as a separate data set, because I want to use that data to evaluate my model. So if I don't use it, let's say we are going to use 100% of the data to feed into your machine learning, and then you start running and training it. Now your system is going to be biased, right? Because it knows what those data is. It already knows what is wine, what is beer, right? So you're not going to get a result that you're looking for. So for that purpose, keeping 80% of your input data to train your model, and then for evaluation, you will use 20%, which means now you will feed 20% of the data, which the model has not seen before. And now it will start making predictions, right? So that you will know that whether your model is making the right decisions or not. So as the name says, you're evaluating your model, right? Based on the new inputs that you are now feeding after it has been trained. Now you're giving some inputs for the first time. It's saying, yeah, it's a beer or a wine, right? And then tuning parameters. There is several parameters that you can tune to make better results depending on what kind of use case that you are working on. A typical example of tuning parameter is how many times do you want to run your machine learning model so that it gets better results, right? That could be a simple example of what parameter that you could tune, right? You can say, run this model for 100 times so that the result gets better and better and better, right? The last one, of course, the output that you're looking for is a prediction, right? A prediction is nothing but an inference. And always remember this, machine learning is only going to give you a prediction, right? It's never going to be 100% and accurate, because there is several parameters, environment variables that are going to surround it. So based on the data, based on what it has learned, you're going to get some prediction. Always it's a prediction, not a final decision, right? So any questions with the 7 steps? So we are going to use the 7 steps in lab, right? So just remember this. Now, the typical example that I just showed you guys, again, we will not spend a lot of time on this. Gathering data, when I said we have to gather some data, this is typically an example, right? Your data would show the color of the drink, the percentage of alcohol, and whether it's a beer or wine. So you'll pass this as an input, right? This is how your input data looks like, right? So the more data you feed, the better results it will start making, right? Depending on the algorithm that is used in the model. So there is a Python program, right, that has some algorithm that will start making some better decisions on that. Now, data preparation, we have understood that it's loading and preparing the data, and you have to always randomize the data, right? You cannot keep like sequentially all wines, all beers, then you're going to see some bias in the prediction. Training, yeah, you have to train as many times as you have to. And when you talk about training, you always have weight and bias are the 2 terms, right? And we will keep changing that. That's why every time you train your model with the input data, it starts changing those weights and bias, and it starts getting better, right? So that's about training. Evaluation, we talked about 80-20 rule or 70-30, which is the golden rule. Parameter tuning, we saw that example as well. And then we know what is a prediction. Now, now everybody's interested. We all want to learn and get some hands. When you do it, you get understanding better, right? When you read it, yeah, it makes sense. But then when you start doing something, you get better. So today, when you go back home, any of you guys can go to tensorflow.org. It's an open source community which gives you pre-created models that you can simply go run and understand how a machine learning model works. You don't have to code. You don't have to even feed inputs. You can simply go to that website, tensorflow.org, where a lot of open source contributors from the community have added their own models. And we will see an example at the end of the day, right? Like it's a game where without touching your laptop or mouse, based on, it captures your face, and then you train the model saying, this is left, this is right, up, down, just like the joystick. And then now you can take your hands off. The webcam looks at you, and then you can play the game just with your head without touching anything, right? How cool is that, right? Like just a simple use case for gamers, right? So now you can start thinking where I can apply. In every sector, you can apply. Every business unit, there is some use case that you can render machine learning. Now, this is a TensorFlow playground where just go to the website, play as a game first, right? So you will get a better connection of how it works. And then there are models that you can kind of explore as you get deep dive into it. Now, I'm going to request you guys who are on laptops to join this link. It's a Microsoft Teams link. So I might be sharing some codes, some steps to you. So I will share that through the Teams channel itself. We are almost getting into the labs now, all right? There is no echo now, that's good. Just imagine like if it continues repeating all the way. The easiest thing is take a picture in your phones so that you don't make a mistake on the URL. Take a picture, and I'm going to skip to the next step. All right. So now we are going to start doing some labs, right? And for doing some labs, we are not going to install any software on your laptops. We are not going to download anything. All we are going to do is use a browser, preferably Google Chrome. I hope you guys have it. If not, other browsers are fine as well. And then we are going to use a training platform called Quick Labs that's given by Google to us. And we will start working on some Vertex AI platform for the first time, all right? So now, as you guys know, and as you guys seen, there's always going to be some technical challenges, right? The internet disconnection or your browser might not work as expected. Some cookies needs to be cleared. So always as a best practice, try to open incognito mode so that you don't, you're going to use some credentials so that it doesn't take your personal Gmail accounts, right? So try to use incognito mode. And if any questions or any access issues, we are going to use a chat option. I'll show you guys that as well. And hopefully there should not be a problem. And then, yeah, that's pretty much it. Now, I'm going to paste this on the chat as well. So now you can start following me as I do, right? Let's get ready. The URL. Okay, take a picture of this, please. Perfect. All right. Moving on. Okay. Okay. So I'm just sharing the steps. Now, you don't have to read through everything, right? Just take the link on the chat and just follow me. That's pretty straightforward and simple. Okay, the first step is take this URL that I've just shared with you guys on the chat. Control C. Take the URL and let's go to the page. So let's do it slowly, right? So take the URL that I have just shared with you guys and go to this URL page. And the lab that we are going to do today is Introduction to Machine Learning Language Processing. All right. So if you scroll down, this is the lab that we are going to do. Language under machine learning and data. You will, okay. All right. Perfect. So take the URL I have shared with you guys on the chat and go to the URL. You will go to machine learning and data. Under machine learning and data, choose language processing study jam. Click on enroll, right? When you click on enroll, it's going to prompt you for a code, a study jam code. And I'm going to enter the code which is shared in the chat. It's 1S-Toronto-3457. 1S-Toronto-3457. Click on I'm not a robot, crosswalks, traffic lights. Perfect. Click on submit. All right. Now, once you have clicked on submit after entering the code is on your chat, right? 1S-Toronto-3457. Now, this is the quest that we are going to do today in today's lab. All right. So before I start, at this point, you guys would see a sign in or a join in link, right? On the right side of your screen, you will see something called sign in or join in. Click on sign in. At the right side of the screen, you will see sign in. Just sign in, and then there is an option to sign in with Google on that page, right? At that page, use your personal Gmail accounts. And you're logging into Gmail, so don't worry about it, right? This is all Google platform, so you're not sharing anything private here. So just to show you guys how it looks like. Let me go to incognito. Take the URL, hit enter, go to machine learning and data. Click on language processing. And enter the code. Click on submit. you will be asked to sign in with your Gmail accounts. How many of you have successfully signed in with your Gmail accounts? Please raise your hands. How many of you have not signed in? Any reason? Oh, okay. No problem. I was worried that something else is problem. That's fine. So please raise your hands when you guys are able to successfully sign in into the Gmail, to the portal, so that we can move forward. How many have signed in? Is there still an internet problem? Shall we move forward? No? All right. I'm going to move forward. All right. So just to make sure that you guys are going to lunch on time, right? Perfect. So once you log in, the first thing I want you guys to check is on your URL. Please do check if you see the code 1S-Toronto3457. If you see that code on your URL, I think you have done pretty good job. You have used the code rightly, and it is going to provision the access that we need, right? So the first and foremost lab that we are going to do today, as I said, this is a quest, right? A quest comprises of one or more labs. So today's lab is going to be 5 different labs. The first lab starts with Vertex AI Workbench Notebook, quick start, and Google Cloud Speech API. And then you're going to use natural language API as well. And then entity sentiment analysis using natural language API and speech to text. Now, don't get panicked, right? Like, this is all simple. Once you start doing the lab, you will find it more easy. And as you guys can see, the first lab is going to be time consuming. Let me kind of be honest about it, right? The reason why the first lab is going to be a little time consuming is you're going to create a Vertex AI workbench, an AI for yourself. So you're going to create your own AI. So when you start, it's going to provision all the resources that it needs for you to work. And I'm going to explain what is a Vertex AI, right? So it's going to take some time. So you need to have some patience with your first lab. The next few labs, as you can see, it is 15 minutes and 40, but it really takes like 20 minutes to complete. So you can literally like finish all those 4 labs seamlessly. It's going to be pretty simple and straightforward. The only thing is they want you guys to make sure that they are trying to make you understand that you can use machine learning and API together and start getting the results that you want, right? So to start with the first lab, when you start this lab, you will see a button called, let me enroll here. So you should see a button like this, enroll in this quest. Yes? Please click on that. Because if you do not click on this and start the lab, no matter how much you complete, you are not going to get your badge. It's not going to track the progress of completion, right? So now we have got into Quick Labs portal. We are starting the machine learning language processing quest by enrolling into this quest, all right? So I'm going to click on enroll. Just say anything, just say skip. Perfect. So once you enroll, it's going to take you into the first lab, right? It's going to take you into the first lab. Now, we are only getting started now, right? Like until this point, if something seemed to be too many steps, just know that it is one time, right? The next time I don't have to tell you how to do this. You will know how to sign in, you will know how to find a quest, how to start a lab, right? It's that simple and straightforward. Now, let's understand some basics. As a best practice, always do not start the lab, right? The reason is it's a timed. As you see, it's 1 hour to complete a lab, right? And as I said, when you try to provision your own Vertex AI. Each of you are going to get your own Vertex AI, which is a workbench, a single environment in which everything is in place for doing your machine learning AI, building your AI component, right? So it encompasses everything. And Google researchers and scientists use this Vertex AI. They use this, right, for developing their own machine learning models. They're creating an AI apps. They use this as one single environment so that you don't have to go to a database. You don't have to go to multiple places, right? You just work with this one tool called Vertex AI. Now, that's why it's a workbench, right? Like you're going to do everything here. And this is what Google does, right? So it's a 1 hour lab. And in this lab, you guys are going to learn a few steps. Now, as a best practice, do not start the lab, because once you start the lab, the timer is going to start running down. And then you're reading, and then you're trying to look at the time, and then it takes time to provision resources. And this is only for the first lab, right? The next 4 labs, like easy peasy. You can do it like in 15 minutes, eyes closed, because you will understand how it works, right? And it doesn't take time to provision anything in the next 4 labs. Only your first lab is going to be a little cumbersome, right? So we'll do a baby step. Probably even do first lab and go for lunch or a break, right? So now, as a best practice, I will look at the agenda on the right side, which tells me what this particular lab is going to be, right? So at a very high level, they have given you an overview. The good practices, learn, but since I know it already, I'm going to kind of skip a few things, and you guys can go back home and do this as many times as you want, right? So in case if you're running out of time, you are not able to complete, don't worry. Let's move on to the next lab, complete the next 4 labs, and go back home, complete it. The only thing is only when you complete all 5 labs, you get the digital badge, right? And I'll show you how to add it to your LinkedIn profile. That way, you can showcase what you have completed, and anybody can validate and verify that by clicking the credential URL. It will take them to a unique page for yourself, which shows your badge. And you can, not just this quest, you can learn next for 1 month, you can learn as many quests as you want to in different topics, like building your own chatbots like Google. Like just like saying, hey Google, you can say, hey Diego. Build your own chatbot, right? You can feed questions, you can feed answers, and then deploy it in App Store or Play Store or over the web, and people can start using it, right? It's the questions and answers that you have defined, right? Just like how Hey Google invokes the chatbot. So you can build your own. There are quests for that. It helps you guide through. It's all 5 labs, everything, right? It's not going to be complicated. Now, in this particular lab, we are going to do 4 tasks. The first task is launching a Vertex Workbench notebook. Very simple, but it's going to take some time, right? You will probably do some 2 or 3 clicks, and then you have to wait, be patient so that it starts provisioning. And as we are many people, it may take a few more minutes, right? The next step is, as you see, you are not going to build a data. You are not going to write a Python program. You are not going to write a model here, right? You're not going to do anything. Just understand what you're doing here, right? Google has given everything that you need. They are teaching you how to do this on a platform in the sequence in which you should be really doing in a real world, right? So remember the 7 steps that we just discussed, right? Gathering the data, preparation of the data. Sorry? Choosing a model, training the data, evaluating the data, right? And then tuning parameters, and then prediction. Exactly those 7 steps, you are going to do this in this lab, right? And they have given you the input file, they have given you the data, they have given you the program, they have given you the model. So you're going to just run them in a cloud platform, right? You're not running this locally on your machines. You're running this on a cloud platform and see how the prediction looks like, right? So they understand what we're doing here, right? We are not trying to become an expert of machine learning. We are not trying to code a Python program or a model. We are trying to learn, if I ever code, this is how I'm going to execute it. And I have a place where I can do this seamlessly in just 1 shot, right? So those are the objectives for this particular lab. So the next step is, task 1 is launching the Vertex Workbench. Task 2 is clone the example repo within your Vertex notebook instance. So there is a repository that is already there. we will execute a command to copy that repository to your workbench. What it does, it will copy the input data, it will copy the model, it will copy the output path, and everything it's going to copy, right? Like a repository. It will just copy to your local workbench. And then you will run a training job. You will execute the program, the model, right? So there is data, there is program, now you will execute it. Once you execute it, you will see some predictions coming out because you will pass an input file to that. It's also there, right? They've given you everything that you need. You're just going to understand what is machine learning, what are the steps involved, how do I execute, and what does what, right? The order in which you have to do it. Perfect. Now, I'm going to start the lab. And as I said, once you start the lab, the timer is going to start. And I think at this point, do not start right now, right? Because this is your first time, you are going to jump into Google Cloud Platform from here, right? So because this is a quick labs portal, right? This is a training portal. When I start the lab, it's going to give me a credential, a username and a password. And then it will tell me, go to Google Cloud, do whatever you have to do, right? So remember that you are not going to use your personal Gmail accounts anymore to do the labs. For all 5 labs, each lab, you will get a username and a password. You will simply use that to complete the lab. Once you complete the lab, those credentials are tied to Quick Labs in your personal Gmail account, and that's how the progress gets attached to your accounts, right? So do not use your personal Gmail accounts. You may incur a cost. Just cautioning you guys, right? So make no mistake there. So I'm going to start the lab. Click on Start Lab. Wait for 5 minutes. See how I navigate so you can save some time. And then when you start, you can just quickly go, right? So I'm going to click on Start Lab. And when I click on Start Lab, the CAPTCHA, mountains, launch with 1 credit. There's going to be a prompt where you will say launch with 1 credit. And because you have used the code 3457, it's going to be free for you guys. Normally, 1 credit is $1 US, right? And the advanced labs you do, it's like $9 and things like that, but you don't pay anything, right? For 1 month, it's completely free. And if you guys need the code, even after that, reach out to Thompson Reuters. We will help you get the codes, right? So that you guys can get additional 1 month to earn the digital badges for yourself, right? So you don't have to spend ever, is the point, right? Now, when I click on Start Lab, as I said, what happens, right? On the left side, there is a control pane. In the control pane, you can see that the timer has already started running. And then there is a button called Open Google Console, right? And then there is a username and a password for this particular lab. And then there is a unique project ID. So every time you are going to log into Google Cloud or start a lab, you are going to get a unique project ID. No 2 people will have the same project ID unless otherwise you are working on it, right? Like you add another user, give them a credential. But for this lab, a lot of resources have been provisioned in the backend for you already, right? So I'm going to click on Open Google Console. And then I'm going to take the username. I'm going to take the password. It's simply like signing up for a Google account, right? Okay, I agree. I don't need email updates because it's not my email. It's a temporary student email, right? So there's no point in saying email updates. All right. So what you see right now, this is Google Cloud Platform, right? Anywhere in the world, when you want to log into or do anything in a Google Cloud Platform, this is the default homepage where you will land, right? From here, I can do several things. Like, let's say, so this is my project information, right? Like project name, project number, and project ID. Make a note of this in a notepad, right? Because you need this when you are going to run some jobs. You need this to be passed as an input. So copy your project ID or your project number, right? Copy this information and keep it in a notepad. Now, as you see, I'm not going to spend time on this particular lab to explain more in Google Cloud Platform console and the features and options, because this is already a time-consuming lab. So we'll directly start doing the lab. And when we talk about the second lab, we can spend some time to understand how this Google Cloud Console works and what else you can do here, right? So now, While you're here, you can see that if you want to spin your own virtual machine, like a computer on the cloud, you can simply go to Compute Engine. You can just select VM instances, virtual machine, do that, right? A lot more stuff can be done. We'll spend time later on this one. But for this lab, let's just move forward. Now, I'll go back to this instructions. So as you see, what are we going to do here, right? Here, we are going to create a TensorFlow training model. So all the models that you're using is a TensorFlow model, right? That is predominantly used by open source community. And then you're going to run a training job. You're going to deploy a model to support prediction. And you are going to request an online prediction. You will pass an input file and it will tell you whether it's a wine or a beer, right? So that's pretty simple. Now, the data that you have got from Google is, it's a 2 income categories, people who are earning greater than 50,000 USD, less than or equal to 50,000 USD. Those are the 2 sets of data that you are going to pass, right? And then that data might have married or unmarried, age, gender, a lot more other parameters attached. But the bifurcation is basically when you pass some input, the Vertex AI or the machine learning should tell you whether this person is going to make greater than 50,000 or less than 50,000, right? Based on the age, based on certain other parameters, right? Now, and we will see how the input file looks like, right? But at a high level, this is our input data, and we are going to see the file as well. Now, to start the lab, we have pretty much done whatever we need to do until this point. So you can skip it, right? It's just that click on the start lab, take the username and password, log in into the Google Cloud Console. That's all they are saying until this point. Now, task 1 starts. Launch the Vertex Workbench notebook, right? And at this point, so just wait, let me start. It's going to take some time for me to provision my Vertex as well, and then you guys can start yours, right? So that you save some time, that's the goal. Now, so the first step is go to navigation menu, click on Vertex AI Workbench, and then you will create a new notebook, and then you'll do a couple of things, right? I'm going to do step by step. You just have to follow the steps. So let's go back to Cloud Console, and I'm going to click on the navigation menu, the hamburger menu, and if you scroll down, click on more products, you will see AI Vertex, right? So under artificial intelligence, you will find Vertex AI, in which I'm going to start my own workbench. So I'm going to click on workbench. The steps are all there in the documentation that you're looking at, sir. So don't need to by heart anything, right? Now, once I'm on the workbench, so this is the Vertex AI workbench, right? You will create your own notebook. So click on new notebook, and then you will simply click on customize instance notebook, select TensorFlow Enterprise. Here, choose TensorFlow Enterprise 2.8 with LTS. Don't choose 2.9. You will start getting errors if you choose a different version. So all of this is like different versions, right? So I'm choosing TensorFlow without GPU. Very important, right? New notebook, TensorFlow Enterprise, TensorFlow 2.8 with LTS without GPU. Now, what is this? What are we doing actually? Start asking questions, right? I'm creating a notebook like a computer. It's that simple, right? Like synonymously, it's a computer. I'm just saying, rather than specifying the RAM and stuff like that, like how much RAM, how much memory, what my OS should be, I'm saying create a notebook with this particular model already in that, and choose this version, and I don't need GPUs for this, without GPUs. GPUs are nothing but processor units, right? Graphical processor units. Now, once you have it here, you have a notebook name, right? You click on without LTS, it's going to say notebook name, and then I think the zone they want us to select is US East 1, and that's pretty much it, right? So I'm going to select US East 1. And what is region? What is a zone? In case if you are hearing it for the first time, in cloud, you guys know what is a cloud. It's nothing but a data center, right? People often have very difficult time defining what a cloud is. A cloud is nothing but a data center sitting in a different geographical location, and you're going to access any resources that you need over internet using your laptop browser, right? And somebody is managing that data center, like Amazon or Google or Azure, Microsoft, right? So they are going to manage that. That's cloud, right? It's nothing like something sitting on the cloud, really, right? It's just a data center. If something happens to that data center, automatic failover happens to a different zone. Now, come back to region. What is a region? US East 1 is a region, right? And why do we have the concept of regions, right? If everything is going to be in a data center in a geographical location, assume that you have an application that you're running and your customers are in US, right? So you will get better access, speed, everything if your data center is also in US, right? You don't want to keep your data center in Europe while your customers are sitting in US. So there is unnecessary delay that you're avoiding, right? So that is why the concept of region came in. Now, what happens when there is a region that fails? Touch wood, some natural calamity, that region goes down, cloud offers one region to another region failover. So that is called high availability, right? When somebody asks you to design and architect an application with high availability, these are the things that you will start thinking about. My region fails, what happens? My customers cannot have an outage, right? So, yeah. So within a region, you have multiple zones. Within US East 1 itself, you can have zones. So there is high availability, which means if one zone fails, primary, secondary, right? Imagine database. You have a primary database. If something happens, your primary database gets bottleneck, it switches to secondary database automatically, right? So that is high availability. The disaster recovery that you're talking about, that is also automatic, but when your primary and secondary are down, you are switching to some other region or some other zone, right? So it may require some manual intervention where you have to make some configuration, DNS changes manually sometimes, depending on how you set it up, right? So a DR and a HA are not the same, right? High availability is, I still can manage, but DR is a complete disaster recovery. You fail over everything to a DR instances, right? So now you understand when I'm creating a notebook, it's nothing but a machine that I'm creating, and I'm hosting this in US East region, and any zone is fine. And do I have to change anything here? Notebook properties, okay. No, click on the pencil icon on the notebook properties, select the machine configuration to N1 standard 2, right? This is like nothing but you create a machine, you buy a laptop, right? Within a laptop, what would you choose? I need 8 GB RAM, I need 50 GB or 500 GB hard disk, things like that, configuration, right? So I'm going to choose N1 standard 2. Click on notebook properties. It will take me to this page. And don't change the operating system. As you see, now you understand what a notebook is, right? Nothing but a laptop. You're buying a laptop. Keep it that simple. You have a Debian operating system on it, and you're going to choose N1 standard 2. And as you see, when I choose N1 standard 2, it has 2 virtual CPUs, 8 GB RAM, right? You're just getting a computer. And then I'm going to click on create. Now what's happening is, it's going to create my notebook, right? In my Vertex AI, I'm creating a machine in which I'm going to run my machine learning models. Now, at this point, I'm going to stop. Go ahead, start doing it, right? Because this is going to take some time. And any of you are able to start the lab? Starting a lab is not a problem, right? Rundown timer is coming down. Perfect. Just follow through the steps here. It's pretty simple and straightforward. And make no mistakes, right? If they say N1 standard 2, you must select N1 standard 2. And the region is US East 1. Go with the configuration that they are giving you. Because if you change the configuration, sometimes they don't track progress of what you have done. So you are wasting your time, right? So let's just stick with whatever they have given us. So when you see the status of the notebook is still spinning, it means it's provisioning everything that I need to work on a notebook. And there is a good chance that you may not complete your first lab. Okay, so don't get upset because it is time consuming, but the 4 labs are pretty easy. You can complete those 4 labs, but the first lab, when you walk through, understand, and then when you go back home, you can still do it. All right? And feel free to take a bio break, right? Like if your machine is spinning, it might take a few minutes. So if you want to quickly grab some water or something, go for it, no problem. And trust me, guys, the next 4 labs are very simple ones, okay? It probably would take 15 minutes to complete each lab. Trust me, right? The first lab is tiresome. I don't know why they put this as the first lab, but they want to make sure that you guys understand all those 7 steps before you start anything else. Okay. All right. So my notebook is provisioned, right? So as you could see, the status is a green check mark. So when it says a green check mark, means my notebook has been provisioned. Now, the first step you need to do is you have to open the Jupyter Lab. Now, what is a Jupyter Lab, right? So now take a step back and start understanding what we have done so far, right? So as a first step, you guys went into Quick Labs, you got into the Google Cloud Console, and you created your own first Vertex AI, which is a workbench, right? On a Vertex AI workbench, you created a new notebook, a machine, right? With certain GPUs and TensorFlow model in it. You created it. Now you have to start executing your programs, like run the programs, right? For that, they give open Jupyter Lab. Jupyter Lab. So Jupyter Lab is nothing but a integrated development environment, right? IDE. Any programming language that you want to execute. Remember in the past, we have to install DOS, we have to install the for running C programming or C# or Python, you need to install some SDK, right? You have to install those softwares. With Jupyter Lab, it's browser based. You don't have to install anything. You can simply take a program, right? Start writing in the Jupyter Lab, execute it. You don't need to install any software, right? So it is an integrated development environment, but it is browser based, right? So that's what you're going to use today. So I'm going to open Jupyter Lab, click on it. If it is still provisioning for you guys, don't worry, right? As I said, it will take time, as you saw in my case as well. So as long as you understand how it works, you can always go back and just do it, right? I think the internet is a little slow. Okay, there you go, right? So what you're seeing right now is Jupyter Lab. And where is this Jupyter Lab right now that you're accessing? You're accessing it within your notebook that you just created, right? Remember the flow, right? Like that is more important. So you created a workbench, Vertex AI, and you created your notebook. And within your notebook, once provisioned, every notebook has Jupyter Lab within attached to it. So you're just opening your Jupyter Lab. Now, as you could see, Jupyter Lab gives you a terminal for you to enter any codes, like execute any commands. And then you have text file, you have markdown file, you can use a Python, or you can simply go to console and start coding any programming language, right? So without installing any Python software developer SDKs, you can directly start working on Jupyter Lab. So it's a browser-based IDE, right? Integrated Development Environment, in which you're going to run your program right now. Now, let's go back here. So task 1 is completed, right? Which is nothing but provisioning your notebook and opening your Jupyter Lab. That was your task 1. Now, task 2 is clone the example repo with your Vertex notebook instance. And we did discuss about it, right? There is a repository of files already in the Google Cloud that you're going to copy for your learning right now. And that repository includes a program, a Python program or model. It includes input data. Everything is going to come as part of it. Now, on your left side in your Jupyter Lab, as you could see, all you see right now is just SRC and tutorial, right? Once you copy the repository, you will see all the files start appearing here. Now, the first step is click on the terminal. Once you open the terminal, I'm going to copy the command here, right? They have given you the command. And as you could see, the command says git. It's a git repository. Clone is copy. And copy the files, my programs, models, input data, everything that I need for this learning from this location. This is the directory, GitHub directory from which you're going to clone and copy to your workbench. So I'm going to copy this code and simply start a terminal, right? Click on terminal. This is just like your computer, right? In your computer, you have a black Windows command screen, just like that, right? Now, I'm going to paste the command. And as I said, you're cloning your repository files to your notebook instance, right? And as you see, the files are now starting to copy. On the left side, you can see a new folder appears called Training Data Analyst, which is the directory in which you have your program, your input data, and everything is in that. All right? So if you have to learn for yourself, you can go change the program, change the input data, and try to do your own predictions as well. Now, once it starts copying, it's going to decompose all the files. So let's give it a minute. Perfect. It's completed now, right? So at this point, I want you guys to always remember what you're doing, right? If not, you will lose track of what am I doing, right? So you created a workbench, you created a notebook, you went into the notebook by opening the Jupyter Lab. In the Jupyter Lab, you started a terminal, and now you're copying files for you to work from the GitHub repository, right? So that's all done. And you can see that there is a training data analyst directory. Within that, there are n number of files that have started appearing right now, right? Now I'm going to go back. That's exactly what they're telling you. Now they're saying in your notebook, navigate to training data, self-paced labs, AI platform, quick start, and open the Python file, right? So I'm going to open this file. So self-paced lab, AI platform, quick start. So I'm already in the training data, self-paced labs, AI platform, quick start. And then there's one file. I'm going to open that file. So when I open the file, it has the program that you're going to run. So the benefit of Jupyter Lab is you can write paragraph, you can write comments, you can write programs, everything in one page. Just like writing in a Wikipedia, right? You don't have to write your comments or paragraphs separately, documentations to be done separately, nothing as such. With Jupyter Lab, you can simply, as you see, they have given you all the steps like a document, and then whenever you have to execute a code, the codes are given, and then you simply start executing it. Now, any questions until this point? Because we are going to run the program right now, right? So now let's go step by step. Now, the first step is, if you want, you can read it, but it's pretty self-explanatory at this point. So they're saying you're going to create a TensorFlow training application and validate it locally. You're going to run your training job on a single worker instance, right? You're going to create a single worker instance, and you are going to deploy a model, which is also in the repository that they have given you. There's a model that is already there. You're going to run the model. and then you are going to request an online prediction. These are the 4 steps that you're going to do using Jupyter Lab, right, by running the program. And it's sequential. You have to wait, and there are steps where you have to change a job ID, and there is, I think there's one more thing that you need to change. So you cannot blindly run, you will get an error. And remember, if you run it blindly, if you get an error, you have to restart the program again. The reason is you created a duplicate file. And then the next time you try to execute it, it would say the file already exists, you're going to get an error, right? So every step is important, and you read it and you do it, right? I don't want you guys to read the Python program at this point. That's not the goal. That's not our objective. But at least understand, okay, in this particular step, I'm doing something, I have to wait for the step to complete, right? Then you move forward. Now, the first step is import OS, operating system. So click on this play button, it executes that, right? Make sure your mouse is on that import OS, and then you click on the play or the run, the selected cells, it just gets executed. Now, the next step is getting your training data, right? Step 1, getting your training data. Now, read the command. You will understand it. It says, make directory called data, create a directory folder called data, and copy this file, the census data file, to my directory called data, right? And where is this source? This is in your training data analyst directory, right? You are already in that directory. So it's saying take this source and copy to a new folder called data. And what the next step is, create. So there are 2 files in that folder. One is called adult.data.csv. The second one is called adult.test.csv. And remember what did we learn? You need 2 types of input files, right? 80-20 rule, 70-30 rule. Remember that. One, I need to feed training data. The second, I need to keep evaluation data ready, right? So I can evaluate my model after it has trained. So that's why you see 2 files. One is called train data, export train data. So those files are already in your directory as well. The training data analyst folder that we just copied, that has these 2 files, and we will open one of the files to see how it looks like. So now we are creating a variable called train_data, evaluation_data, and assigning those data files that we just copied to these 2 variables. And we will use these variables in the program, right? Now, next step. So as you could see, as you run, it starts executing. You can see what is happening. Just like when you compile a program, you see the logs of what is happening. So that starts happening in the pink color. So what you have done at this point is you have simply created a folder called data, and from your source file you have copied to the data folder, and you have assigned 2 data CSV files which are in your repository to a variable called train data and evaluation data, right? And the next step is head data adult data CSV. So let's see what happens now. Sorry? This one? Mm-hmm. This one? Okay. I didn't run it. Oh, okay. Thanks. Oh. Okay. Okay. Thanks. Great. So you're copying the files now, right? And then variables are assigned. And now when you, that's why I was wondering, like when I say head, it actually opens the file and it shows you what that input file has. And I wasn't looking at it. Okay. Now, when you say head data adult.data.csv, so this command head will display what the content of that file is, right? So this is your input file. This is how it looks like. It shows the age. It shows whether the employee is a state government or a private, and some zip code possibly, and then whether they are bachelor or married, and then what kind of job they are working in, whether they are in a family and their ethnicity, white or anything, black or anything, and then it says which country, and then whether they are making less than or equal to 50,000 or they are making greater than 50,000, right? This is a sample file that they're showing you, how your input file looks like. You can obviously go to your training data analyst folder, find the path, you'll find these two files sitting in there, right? Now, running a local training job. Now, look at those 7 steps that we discussed, right? First is gathering the data, and then preparation of the data. Now, the third step is choose a model and train. You already have your model, right? The model, you're not creating a model, the model is already in the program. Now, so make data, trainer, and then touch is like open. Open is the equivalent of touch, right? Open the file. And then there is a write file to the trainer folder. And you can see writing trainer utility Python. The second file called model.py. So there is 2 programs. One is a local job. The other one is your model.py, Python. Defines the input function and model architecture. In this example, we use TF data API for the data pipeline and create model using Keras sequential API. Now, you can dig deep, but at this point, let's stay out of the program. Let's just try to execute it and see how the output looks like, right? Now, the next step is the next file, model.py. And task.py. So these are writing the codes. Now, while I do here, I'm going to go back to my the lab itself and see if I am doing it right so far. So running your training job in the cloud, running a training job locally using Python training program. So you can just read it, you will understand it, right? This is a job. I don't know if you guys have worked in mainframe. There is a job that will execute a program. You can schedule the job in such a way that. Likewise, now you're saying Google Cloud, on your AI platform, a local training job needs to be run, and the module names are trainer.task. The package path is trainer, where it is situated, and the job directory is the model directory, and then the 2 files, train data, evaluation data, and then the tuning parameters, which is how many times should you train the job. Training steps, 1000. Evaluation steps, 100. So 1000 times keep running with the input data that is passed to make the better accuracy result, and then evaluate it for 100 steps. And then list the output in the export file. So now on the left side, you can see the package path trainer is created. The output directory is also created. Now, so far what you have done, you have created a workbench, a Vertex AI, a notebook. You went into the Jupyter lab, you copied the repository file, and you have training data and evaluation data. You have a model which you have run. Now, preparing input for prediction. So prediction, the sample is the prediction input file, right? So this is the prediction input, how it looks like. So this is the file that now you are passing and asking your machine learning model to give you guys an output, right? Now, cat command is nothing but open the file or concatenate. It's all the same. It's going to do the same thing. Now you can see that it starts showing you some results, right? These are predictions coming out of the input file. So you passed an input file with certain values, right? Marital status, occupation, age, work class, relationship, race, capital gain, loss, hours per week. And then based on that input that you just passed, your machine learning model is giving you its predictions. Minus 0.4 is a prediction, 1 or 0. So these are predictions, right? And now step 2, so this is done, right? This is running locally, you have done, where you have your input files. Why does it say locally? Because your input file is sitting on the same Vertex AI in the notebook. Your job is sitting in the same notebook. So you're just like running in a local computer, right? That's what you have done. When we say in the cloud, I want to do this, which means your data would be sitting not in your notebook, rather in some other location. It could still be in the cloud, but not within your notebook, right? It could be sitting in a bucket. What I mean by bucket is just like a storage, right? Like a storage folder is called a bucket in Google Cloud. In Amazon Web Services, they call S3 bucket, right? Likewise, in Google, they just simply call it as bucket. So now we are going to the next step, using your trained model for prediction. So you can look at the command, Google Cloud AI Platform, local prediction, model directory output, test JSON. Now, since the models last year, you can read what it says, right? Uses a sigmoid function for its activation. Outputs between 0 to 0.5 represent negative prediction, which means less than 50,000, right? And outputs between 0.5 and 1 represents positive. So if it is a positive value, then they're going to make greater than 50,000. If the output is less than or a minus negative value, they're going to make less than $50,000. So in this case, you can see the values, right? The predictions. Now, running your training job in the cloud. At this point, you're going to now run this training job in the cloud, right? Now, in this step 3, you have to make a note that you have to replace your project name. Remember, I told you guys, like at the very start, take your project name and make a note of it. In case if you have not done it, that's still fine. Simply go back to the home page, dashboard, and here is my project name. I'll simply copy the project name and then come back here. I'm just going to say Quick Labs, not the entire one. And then your bucket name. So your bucket name is nothing but your project plus AI platform, and where your project is Quick Labs. You have already passed the value here, right? So again, I don't want to go into the programs, but if you read it, you will understand what you're doing, right? So you have done one part of the section, which is running your AI model locally in the notebook with all the files, all the models, even you saw the output, the prediction. If it is negative value, less than 50,000, you pass a test input as well. The next step, step 3 is now you are doing the same thing on the cloud. When I do in the cloud, I need to assign the parameters like project, bucket name as variables, and then I will run it because I'll copy the files into my bucket, and from there I will use it to do some predictions, right? Now, as I said, the AI platform services needs to access cloud storage to read and write data during a model training batch prediction. intentional. I left it intentional like that. Yeah. I just want to keep it short. Thanks for that detail. Now, yes. Here, you see a comment here, step 27. Sorry? Yeah. If you go back here, click on your dashboard, you will get a project name. Simply type Quick Labs, that's fine, right? Now, welcome. Now, you're creating a bucket, right? So you have replaced everything, and your step 28 is you're creating a bucket. Why do you need a bucket? Because you're doing to do this in the cloud, which means your notebook is somewhere and your bucket is somewhere in the cloud. So your input is going to be from the bucket, your output is going to be returned into the bucket, right? Okay, it says a bucket name Quick Labs -AI platform already exists, right? So I'm going to go back and change my project name to, let's say, Quick Labs SEP September 1. All right, just to make it unique. All the buckets has to be unique name. Now, since I did that, I'm going to run it again. And you see now Quick Labs SEP1, a bucket is created, right? And then the files are getting copied, which is now what you have to understand. Why am I creating a bucket? I'm doing this on the cloud. So I'm taking my input files and putting it in the bucket, copying into the bucket. From there, my program is going to take it. Likewise, I'm going to write my output into the cloud bucket. Copy completed. And then now, next step, export the output file, test.json. Now, at this point, I'm going to go back and check if I'm doing things right. So I have 15 minutes to complete. As I said, this is like time-consuming thing. Upload the data to your cloud storage, 2 steps completed, right? We created a bucket. Now we are at step 3.2, which is running your training job in the cloud, and that's it. We are almost done with the lab. All right? And I'll explain once again what we have done. Now, running a single instance trainer in the cloud. So now, this is very similar to the job that you ran previously. The only difference here is you are taking the input file from the cloud bucket, right? And you're going to write the output to a cloud bucket. So you can see, again, you're executing the similar jobs. You're saying job directory output path, and then train files, evaluation files, number of times you have to train it and evaluate it, and you're turning the verbosity on as well. So, okay, at this step, you can see that it says replace with your job ID. So this is important, right? You need to take the job ID from your previous step. Now let's try to find the job ID. Here, this is my job ID, right? Census _ so just before it says replace with your job ID, if you have previously executed the job, your job would have given you a unique identifier. So take that job ID and replace it here. All right? So 2 things. 1, the bucket name for which you have to pass the project name, make it unique, and then make sure that job ID is added, right? If you don't add these 2, you will never be able to complete the first lab, right? Now, your job is executing. If you have to look at or monitor your job, which is executing, you can go to AI platform and jobs, right? So I'm going to go here, click on AI platforms, because everything you are doing in the terminal, right? You want to understand the status of what is happening really, right? So you can always go back here. AI platform, click on jobs. See, your job is executing, right? So this is executing on the cloud. So you have done a model and a prediction locally where you had all your input file, your model, everything in your notebook. Now, you're taking an input from a cloud bucket, you're storing the results in a cloud bucket, and you're going to pass an endpoint result from a outside, external, right? So as you could see, you can look at the logs of your jobs as well if you want to, what your job is doing, right? So this is your job and the timestamp, and it's executing. You can look at the job. Now you have to wait for your job to complete, because you said train my job 1,000 times, evaluate 100 times. So that is what your job is doing right now. It's just continuously running with the input files that you have passed from your cloud bucket, and it is picking those values and just running it, and it's making predictions. We're almost about to complete the first lab, and I know it was a lot to take, right? But the whole idea for them not to give you something easy is they wanted to make sure that all the 7 steps you understand what a machine learning, how it works. That's the whole idea, right? Don't worry that if you don't understand the programs, codes, nothing, right? You want a high level understanding of what is the machine learning, where can I run it, how the input file works, what is mean by training, what is mean by evaluation, what is prediction, what is like everything. Those 7 steps are important, and that's exactly what the target is, right? That's the objective. And once we do this first lab, the second lab is very quick one, 15 minutes, we can complete it, go for lunch, or whichever way you guys feel, all right? But getting the first lab completed is definitely a little challenge, because we have to understand what I'm doing, and then make sure that you're updating your bucket names correctly, and wait for the next step. If you don't wait for the job to complete, and if you go and execute your next step, it's going to say already a file exists, right? Because you will be checking against here, creating a Vertex AI model, creating a version of your model. It's going to say it already exists, and it's going to throw an error. So every step you execute, you need to understand and wait for that particular job to complete. I have 8 minutes left. Let's see if the job completes. So as you see here, every time your job is running, like the 1,000 times train my job, 100 times evaluate my job, every time it's running, you can see the loss and the accuracy is improving, the loss is reducing, right? So it says very clearly, wait for the job to complete before proceeding to the next step. Go back to the lab instruction and check your progress by testing the completed task, right? I can check it here. Okay, my job is completed, right? So when you see a green check mark, the job is completed. The reason I'm rushing is I have 7 minutes to complete. Now you see why I said, like, don't waste your time All right, now my job is completed. I'm going to run the next step, which is deploying your model to support prediction. You're going to, now your model is ready, right? It has 1,000 times it has trained. It has undergone an evaluation of 100 steps. Now you're deploying it in the cloud. Now you can see using the endpoint, it's creating AI platform model, project quick labs, GCP model sensors, set the environment variable to the full path to export binaries. You will deploy the trained model. So this is the job to deploy. So the output path is here, the job ID is here, and you have the model name, and you are calling create a version of my model and use this model origin runtime version Python and everything. And the last step, which is what we are trying to do right now. I'm going to send an online prediction request against the model that I just deployed in production, in cloud, right? So you can see G-Cloud AI platform, do a prediction, predict. This is the model name, and this is the version, and this is the file that I'm passing, test.json. It has similar sample input I'm passing, and I'm asking like, okay, give me a prediction for the data that I'm passing through test.json, right? Now let's check if run a single instance trainer in the cloud, create an Vertex AI model, create a version one of your model. It's still getting created, which is this particular step. And it says it may take several minutes to deploy your trained model. When done, you can see a list of models using the model list command. Chances are I might be running out of time, but in your case, you guys should be able to do it. If not, don't worry, right? Go home. Now you have understood what it is, right? Like what I should do to get this lab completed. That's the important. I could have simply just clicked on run, and just gone ahead, right? That's the simplest thing that people do, but that's not why we are here, right? We are here to really understand what these steps are. Why am I doing this? And because people sometimes don't understand, like, okay, I did 4 steps and they think it is all one. No, you have done 2 predictions. The first half is locally you have run a job, you have done your predictions successfully. Now in the cloud, you have using the files in the buckets. Okay, there you go, right? Perfect, on time. So check my progress. Now you can see the predictions are positive, which means it's 0 to 1, right? The range is 0 to 1, which means positive. So people are making greater than $50,000. So that is based on the test JSON file that I just passed, right? Now, when you complete it, great, first lab completed. Now, I'm going to make sure that you answer those questions as well. A model version is an instance of a machine learning solution stored in a Vertex AI. A model version is nothing but a new instance, like you're just creating another version, so true, right? Vertex AI offers training jobs and batch prediction jobs. Is it true? You're doing this on Vertex, yes? True? So that's pretty much it. And make sure that your score is 100 out of 100 on the right side, right? If not, there's something that you have missed, you're not done right. Now I'm going to end the lab. Before the timer hits 0, click on submit, just close it. That's the end of the first lab. And you can close AI, Vertex lab, and the Jupyter platform, everything. Now, if you come back, you should see a green check mark against your first lab. If you have completed every step and you don't see a green check mark, it means you did not enroll in this quest. You just started the quest without clicking on the blue button at the very start. Enroll in this quest, right? So that is the only difference. So that's your first lab. Any questions? I know this is a lot. As I said, they have intentionally kept the first lab like 1 hour because they really want you guys to learn all those 7 steps and do it hands-on, right? So that's why it was kind of literally like a lot of time it takes. Now, anybody who has completed the first lab? Perfect, thank you. Great, awesome. As long as I see at least few hands raising up, I'm going to assume that we are good. I'm going to move forward. And remember, in the first lab, the only mistake that there are 3 mistakes you could do, right? 1, not passing the project name for the bucket. That could be one mistake. The second one is the job ID. If you don't copy the job ID and replace it, you're not going to get the output. Number 3, you have to wait for the models to complete, the running should complete, right? The jobs should complete. These are the 3 mistakes you may do. If not, everything else is seamless. Even if you read the Python script, you will understand actually. And if you're even interested to know how the model program looks like, you remember the training data analyst folder that we copied in the Vertex. You can simply go into those folders and open your model program and see how a real program looks like, right? So, any questions on what we did? This may be a lot, right? This is first lab, 1 hour, a lot of terminologies, but I want to make sure that the 7 steps you learned and the 7 steps you have done it in both locally and in the cloud. And remember that. That's why you're doing twice, right? You could have simply run it locally. The lab could have been easy, but they want to make sure that you are able to create a URL and then keep some input file in some cloud bucket somewhere and then pass them as in for your program model you just deployed, and then you get an output as well. So that is on the cloud, right? So that's the difference. With that, first lab is done. Tired? A little bit? I know. I can speak for 6 hours straight. I've done that. So it's 12:54, close to 1 p.m. Mexico, right? So go have your lunch. Let's come back at 1:30. But let me assure you again, the next 4 labs are like 15 minutes. You will be done because you will not create a vertex. You will not create anything, right? Let me quickly show you what it is, right? And you can see it says 15 minutes. You will do only 3 tasks, which is you will simply directly go create an API credential, right? And then you will call a speech API, and then you will get the result. That's it. That's your second lab. It's very simple. Just 3 commands. But you have to understand what you're doing. Create an API credential, call a Google API, pass the input, get the output. That's all. You will not even go to Vertex or Jupyter Lab anymore. All right? So this is the second lab. And your third lab is pretty similar. You will use natural language in your third lab. And then fourth lab is based on some text. It's going to predict the sentiment of that text. Whether that it's a happy or a sad, that's the prediction that they are doing. Fifth one, text transcription. You will send a text and you will use Cloud Speech API. It will start interpreting whatever the text is and start reading out, right? These are nothing but what we already use in our day-to-day life with Google, right? When you say, hey, Google, it kind of understands your voice, speech, converts it to text, feeds into the machine learning, it gives you a result, right? It's all the same. It's nothing new that you're going to do, but each of this lab takes hardly 15 to 20 minutes max. Not even 20 minutes, 15 minutes, right? So Go back. Like to see you guys back. Hope you don't run away. We had 300 people day before within Thomson Reuters. And they stayed and they competed, they earned the badge, they added to the LinkedIn profile. That's how you get the real value of coming, right? Yeah, question. No problem. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. In fact, trust me, I've done this in the past, and I was looking for the slide because I forgot a lot of things. I had to kind of make sure that so I was like preparing the slide until 4 a.m. So for sure, I'm going to share so it stays in my email as well. All right. So next time I don't have to do it again all the way. Perfect. Sure. Yeah, go for lunch if you have completed. Feel free to. I don't know what's the plan for lunch. Yeah. Perfect. Thank you, guys. See you soon. Let's meet at 1:40. Take 40 minutes lunch break because we can complete the next labs like pretty quickly. Don't worry about it. It's all 15 minutes each. So we should complete soon. completed your first lab? Perfect. And in case if you haven't completed, just now you know what needs to be done. Just feel free to go home and do it. And let's get started with the second lab. So as a best practice, always when you start your second lab, close everything else, your first lab, right? Like the Vertex AI page, the Jupyter lab, close everything, just keep only your Quest page. And the next lab that we are going to do is speech API, right? So I'm going to, now you know the drill pretty much, right? So again, before starting the lab, let me quickly go over this, and probably you guys can do this on your own, right? With very little help or anything to be listened. So what are we doing in this lab, right? So always read the overview of the lab. So in this lab, a Google Cloud Speech API enables easy integration of Google speech recognition technology into developer application, right? The speech API allows you to send audio to receive a text transcription. That's pretty much it, right? You send an audio file as an input, you get a text transcription, audio to text. That's simple, right? And this is a Google API. So we are not going to develop something. We are simply going to call an existing Google API to do this. And this is the same Google API that Google uses as well, right? So let's look at the steps. First step, so as you guys know by now, you will click the Start Lab, you will log in into the Google Cloud console using the credential, the username and password that the system offers. Once you have those two, pretty simple. You will, first step, if you have to call a Google API service, you need to simply have some authentication credential for calling the APIs, right? So you will create your API keys. So you will create your API keys as first step, which is very simple. You will just go to navigation menu, API and services, click on credentials. You will create credentials. So you will have your API key. You will make a note of those API key in a separate notepad because you need to use it, right? That's your task one. Very straightforward and simple. It wouldn't take a lot of time as well. The task two is create your speech API request. Now, you have an API key. You know that there is a Google API. All you have to do is request a speech. So you have to send a request to that API, right? So you will send a request. Here is a sample request that they've already given you. And in that request, what will you send? You will send an audio file, right? It's that simple. And where is the audio file? The audio file is also given to you guys, right? It is sitting in this particular folder, brooklyn.flac. That's the format of the audio. So you have an API credential and you're sending a request. And your request has an API audio file, right? And what happens is once you send it, you will call your API, and then your response would be first two things that's going to happen, right? One, the response is where the audio file is converted into text, a transcription of your audio file, as you see here. Sorry, it's ghost. All right. So you will see a conversion of your audio file into text transcription, and then it's also going to give you one more parameter. It's called confidence, right? Confidence is nothing but how much accuracy the system thinks it has translated. So as you could see here, it says confidence is 0.98, which means pretty close to 1, but it never says 100% confident, right? So remember that, like whenever you use machine learning, it's always the confidence or the accuracy range, not 100% you will ever get a result, right? So that's pretty much your second lab. So I'm going to get started. You can feel free to do it along with me. It's pretty quick, all right? If you have anybody completed the second lab? You have? Okay, perfect. Let's get started, right? So I'm going to click on the Start Lab. click on Start Lab, clear the CAPTCHA. Okay, and as you could see, it's provisioning the resources for you guys, right? So it takes like few seconds for the username and password and the project ID to start appearing. So you see, provisioning lab resources. So in the backend, it's creating a unique project for you in Google Cloud. It's creating identity access management, a role for you, credentials and everything, and it's going to pass it. So you guys understand that the Quick Labs portal is a training platform, but everything you are doing is a real-time Google Cloud. The only difference is when your lab ends, all those activities that you did in that Google Cloud gets erased. That's the only difference, right? And feel free to get started. Like, this is not going to be a lot time consuming, so just get started. Perfect. So I got the credentials. I'm going to open the console. I'm going to log in as the credential. Make sure that you're not using your personal Gmail account. And the password. I agree. No need for email updates. All right. I know what I need to do, right? I simply, you can read it here if you want to, but these are basic steps. Start lab, everything. And then they're going to actually show you how do you activate Cloud Shell and run some shell commands. Let me quickly show you that as well. So on the right top of your screen, you see activate Cloud Shell. So a Cloud SDK is by default always embedded as part of your Google Cloud Console. You don't have to download and install it. All you have to do is invoke that, right? And you just simply click on Activate Cloud Shell. There you go. Now, what can I do here? If I want to create 1,000 virtual machines, I can simply create the commands, execute it here. It will start spinning virtual machines, right? Or the other option is I can go to here, navigation menu, compute engine, virtual machine instances, and then I can create a computer or a virtual machine, in other words, right? So both are possible. I'm just showing you both ways of doing it. And when would you do it? Depending on the number of instances and how comfortable you are with the commands, you can choose whether, let me quickly show you because we have time for this lab. So let's say this is not part of the lab. I'm just showing you, right? So let's say I want to create an instance. I click on create. It asks me for my instance name and remember the region where we want to host our computer, right? And then which machine do you want? What the configuration? And then if you want to change your operating system, you can do it here, right? I want a Windows server. I want a Debian. I want a Linux, whatsoever, right? And then I want to allow HTTP traffic in case if I want to use it as a web server, I have to allow it. And then click on create. That's it. You create a virtual machine. You can do all of this with a single command. Just the shell command that we just saw right now. This activate Cloud Shell. Here, all you will do is gcloud, there's a shell command, gcloud space create space instance. You will specify the region, you will specify the machine type. You hit enter, the same virtual machine spins up as well, right? So just to show you the Cloud Shell and the console. Now, let's come back to this lab. Now, what does this lab say? Execute project ID, and it's showing us some commands, right? So basically, you will see this 2 steps in every lab. The reason why they want to show you this is they want to make sure that you are sitting in the right project and you are using the right student credential and not by mistake you have logged into your user account. So just a sanity check, nothing to do with the lab itself. They want to make sure that you are in the right lab with the right credentials. So simply if you click on Activate Cloud Shell, let's execute those commands because it's the first time. So hit gcloud auth list. It will show you the authorized user in this particular project, right? And what is the project? The project is here from the drop down, right? If I have more than one project in my Google Cloud Console, I can switch from here, right? And you can call from one resource to another resource as well. All that is possible, right? Now, what is the next command? gcloud config list project. So I've listed my user account, so I know I'm using the right user. I want to make sure that I'm using the right project as well. Just copy it. So it gives me the name of the project. So I know I'm in the correct project, 599001A. So that's exactly what Quick Labs is given me, right? So now I know that I'm not using a wrong user ID. I'm good. Sanity check is done. And as you get familiar, you don't have to do this. You can just skip these 2 steps, right? Now, simple, straightforward, go create an API key. In Google Cloud, how do you create an API key and why do you need an API key? If you're going to call an API service, you're going to send a request, you're going to get a response, you want a unique authorized credential to do that. If not, anybody can just call those API and they can crash the system, right? So they want authorized users. That's why you need a key, right? So you don't want anybody to come and break it, right? So now let's go here. Navigation menu. The first option, API services. Select credentials. And click on create credentials. And choose API key, the first one. So now it's creating a unique key for each of your accounts. So if something happens, they know who this API key belongs to. Now I'm going to copy this API key, and you guys should do that as well. And I'm going to paste it in a notepad. That's my API key, right? Now, first step done already. Step 1 is completed, right? So now just change your command. So now you're going to, so you got the API key for your account. Now you have to send a request. So in the navigation menu, select compute engine. There is a Linux instance which is already running for you guys, right? So when Google created this lab, rather than telling you guys to go create an instance, they already created it for you. That's why if you remember when I went to compute engine VM instances, you might have noticed there was an instance running, right? They pre-created it for you, right? So they're saying, okay, go to that instance and do a SSH. SSH is secured shell script. There's a difference between your Cloud Shell and SSH, right? Cloud Shell is within your Google Cloud project. Remember the Activate Cloud Shell, this window? This is your Cloud Shell window. If I have to create 5 virtual machines, I'm going to execute those commands here. But if I have to get into a computer, like a virtual machine that I've created, then I have to get into that machine, right? Just like typing your command prompt, SSH. All right, so I'm going to take this command and replace the key that you just created for your account and put it in this command. Let's keep it ready, right? So what does this command say? Simply, I'm passing my key to a variable called API underscore key using the export command, right? Now, I'm going to click on the hamburger menu, go to compute engine, virtual machines, and you can see there is a Linux instance that is already created, right? Google has already done this for you. If not, you can create it, right? Now, as per the lab, I simply have to click on SSH, and you can see there's an internal IP address, external IP address. This Linux instance is hosted in the US Central A, right? And I'm going to SSH into it. Just to show you guys, you can do SSH, you can do RDP as well, like remote desktop connection. There are multiple other options. But for the lab, I'm going to simply click on the name SSH, and you can see establishing connection to the SSH server, right? Now I'm getting into the virtual machine, Linux. Now, the key I just created, I'm going to export the key, right? So it's kind of like a unique identifier. So I'm telling the system or the Google API that it's me who is sending you a request. That's all, right? And then now you're going to create a JSON in the SSH command line. You will use this to build your request. Now, all right, so I got a key, API key. I know there is a Google API service that I'm going to call, and I'm going to send a request. But to send a request, I need a file, right? I need to write the command, the API codes in the file. That is request.json. So the command touch will create a file. So where do you execute it? On your SSH window. Do not do this on your shell window, right? Oftentimes, because both are black windows, there's a good chance you might get confused about where am I executing it. So make sure that you're doing this on. So all right, so I created a file called request.json, right? The touch command will create a file called request.json. Now, all right, I've created it. I want to open the file because I want to put the request that I'm going to send, right? So use nano to open the file, right? A simple editor right now. So you created a file, you opened the file, and now I'm going to paste the script, right? What does the script contains? The script contains, it says configuration, the encoding file format which we are going to upload is going to be FLAC, right? FLAC. And the languages we are saying, it's English US that I'm sending you. Please translate the audio file from this. So 3 things that we are passing. 1, we are saying what the file format of the audio is. Number 2, we are saying the language. Number 3, we are sending the path of the audio file. These are the 3 things. So I'm going to simply copy this, paste it in your file request file, right? You did a touch, create file, nano, open the file, you added the script, now you have it. Now all I'm going to do is Control C, enter. Control X, and then it is going to prompt you, are you sure? Just say yes. You come out of the file, right? Once again, touch is to create the file, nano command is to open the file, and once you open the file, take the script, paste it, and you know what the script contains. It contains the file format, the path of the audio file, and the language, so that it can interpret. The machine learning language API will interpret, and it's going to give you a text and a confidence level. Now, Control X to come out of the file. Okay, now let's check the progress as well. Create speech. So you have created a request file as needed. Now, the next step is using the curl command. The curl command, you can kind of send some requests and ask for some information, right? So you created a file, you created an API key, you created an audio request file, and you're going to call a Google API. So if I had to call a Google API, in my curl command, I'm saying, all right, use post is send a request, right? Send a request, post send a request. The file name is request.json, and the API service I'm calling is Google API. This is the URL, speech.googleapis.com is a speech API, right? And then you're passing your API key. So I'm going to copy this and execute that command as is. And you can see now there is an audio file that you just passed as an input, but the Google API service has converted the, or it has used this machine learning capability to transcribe the audio file into a text file. So the audio file contained how old is Brooklyn Bridge. So it has converted, and then it also shows you the confidence level, right? Like machine learning, as I said, you have a prediction, accuracy, there is weight, bias, loss. So some parameters always are a part of machine learning. So it also shows the confidence is I'm pretty close to 100% is the rate that it's showing, right? And then it also shows how much time it took to call the API, convert, and render you a result. It took 1.7 seconds, right? And then the language code is English, and it also shows you total build time. So every time you send a request, you're using a service, right? If you're using a service, you need to be billed for that. You need to pay for that, right? If I'm using a Google API service as part of my business, right? So I'll be keep sending a lot of requests, and Google API will just render its services. So they do calculate the amount of time as a bill, and there is a unique request ID that gets created for each of you guys. So at the end of the month, when you're looking at the bills, you will see that there is a bill amount, not in this case, right? This is a training lab. You're not going to get anything. But in a general practice, when you have an application that has the functionality where any customers could just upload a audio file and you will give them a transcribed file, right? Like even use cases, right? Professors and lecturers might give you some audio sessions. You can simply record it rather than taking notes. You can now simply upload it. You can do this even as part of this lab. All you have to do is go to the path where the file, Brooklyn file was there. Just replace it with any other audio file. Make sure the file format is correct, and then call the Google API service. You will get the transcribed notes for that, right? So that's pretty much your second lab is, right? Now, how much have we completed? Okay, run the following command to save the response in the result.json file. The last step, right? So you created an API key authentication for yourself to reach the Google API service. You created a file called request.json. Using touch command, you created the file. Using Nano, you opened the file. You added the script into it. Within that script, you just call the Google API, specifying the file format. It gives you the output. Now you want to store the output. Simply just copy, go back to SSH. The result is stored, right? Okay, maybe the file is deleted, but yeah, the last step is simply just save the file and check your progress. It should be completed, and then that's your 100%. The second lab is completed. All right. I should have not closed the SSH session, but anyways. So, any questions on the second lab? Straightforward, right? Anybody completed the second lab? Perfect. Awesome. Let's start with the third lab, right? Third lab, I'm just going to quickly do it. You guys can, it's pretty similar to the second lab. The third lab is natural language, right? Again, very similar. At this stage, they are do the same thing, creating an API key, make an entity analysis request, and we'll see what is the entity analysis request. So, syntax analysis, entity recognition, sentiment and analysis, understand the overall sentiment expressed in a block of text. If somebody has updated a paragraph, it will tell you whether they wrote it in a happy mood or in a sad mood. This could be used as an example of a use case where customer feedbacks, right? So you might get like, let's say, lakhs of customers who are giving you feedbacks, surveys, things like that. Now, the machine learning can simply go read that, and then without reading the entire, without you having to read the entire paragraph or pages of feedback, simply it will just read and see where the happy texts are. And if there's more happy text, it would say positive feedback. If it is not, it will say negative feedback, right? Simple examples like that. So what are we doing here? Creating an API key, create a new service account to access the natural language. So you need to create a service account. And again, all of this is just commands, right? But as long as you understand what you're doing here, once you create the natural language API service account, then create a JSON file, just like in the past lab that we created. And then you're going to check if your API key is created successfully, and then make an entity analysis request, right? So same thing, you will go to the instance that is already created for you, SSH, and run the command. So you can see G-Cloud, ML is the machine learning. So you're telling, okay, invoke the Google Cloud, machine learning language, and do analysis entities, and see is no, do this on this text. They're directly passing the text. And store the result in result.json, right? And then store the result in the result.json file. You should see a similar response to the following. Now, the output is going to be, the text is simple, right? This is the text. Michelangelo Caravaggio, Italian painter, is known for the calling of Saint Matthew. This is the text on which you are doing an entity analysis. Now let's see what it means. So it says the name is an entity. It identifies as Caravaggio. The type, it says it's a person, right? This is machine learning telling you, right? And then some metadata. It's also telling you where this text has been taken. The URL in the internet, where this text was taken, right? So it's taken from Wikipedia, and there is salience score, kind of matching how much it matches, right? And then it also talks about what the content is. The content is a text, and it says painter is another subject. And then the name, there is Italian in this text. There is something called Italian. It is a location. It's telling you that I found in this text there is something called Italian, and it is a location, right? The name and the type. And then it says where you can refer about this in the Wikipedia, right? So it does similar things. And then it says the calling of Saint Matthew is a name, right? And now you can see the type is event, right? It's not a person. Before, when it interpreted Michelangelo, it said it's a person, the type was person. But here, the machine learning understands that the calling of Saint Matthew is an event, right? It's not a person, it's an event. It happened, right? And then you see the details from Wikipedia. It pulls, not just Wikipedia, anywhere, right? It pulls the details of that. And then again, there is a salience score, and then content, and then type is proper, and it's all English, right? This is the result that you're looking for. That's your third lab. Shall we do the third lab? Yes. Yep. The Google API gives you that detail, right? The only input that you're passing, it's going to be blank, right? That's where the more input, this is Google. It will definitely find some relevance, right? Like, it's a search, the world's #1 search engine. So they're definitely going to give you. But say, for example, you have a website, and you are trying to take some text from your website and pass it. Unless your website comes on the top of Google hit list, right? The result might not look like this, right? So Wikipedia is obviously like, Google is easily going to hit search, give you the result. But if it is somewhere in a website which is not having a high number of requests, if you have a high number of requests, then probably it might show, right? So, yeah, let's do the third lab, right? So I like the way they have designed it. The first lab, like cover everything, the 7 steps of machine learning, and then take it easy, right? Like how do you call a machine learning API service from Google easily for your functionality? So tomorrow, if you are writing your own project, you can, there's several such APIs, right? Not just this. They're just giving you few examples, but if you go to the API and services in the Google Cloud Console, you can find tons of APIs that you can call. But obviously, you're going to pay for all those services as you use, right? And they've given you 40 minutes, should not take more than 15 minutes to complete, right? So always, before you hit the start lab, go through the lab, understand what it is, then you are doing it with much clarity. And even if you make a mistake, you know where the mistake is happening. Just 2 more labs, and we can just add the badge to your LinkedIn profile. And probably we can do a quiz. I heard there are 3 prizes as well. So it's going to be interesting. All right. Let's do it fast. So when you open your Activate your Cloud Shell, make sure that you select from the drop down your particular project. Sometimes it's not set. I don't know if you saw my screen, it says unset. So just select from the drop down the actual project that you're working on in the Cloud Shell, then you're fine. You will see that your project name appears. Now it says your active configuration is create a new service account to access natural language API. Created service account called my natural language -SA. Created the key for the service account. Now export the key to the JSON file. Creating an API key, completed. Now making an entity analysis. Remember, anytime you want to do a machine learning analysis, you're going to go to the compute instance, not in the Cloud Shell, right? Not in the screen, right? You have to go back to compute engine, go to a VM instance, which is pre-created for you guys. and click on SSH. Now run the cloud command. So it's saying G-Cloud machine learning language, do entity analysis for the content. So if you notice, in this case, we did not create a touch command, right? We did not do a nano. Why? Because we don't want to create a file, put the content into the file and do it. Rather, I'm just passing it on the fly, right, in the command itself. So the result is stored in result.json. So I'm going to check the progress. Okay, similar output. Okay. Where did I execute it? Okay, just make sure I just did the same mistake that I was telling you guys not to do, right? I was executing it in the shell window rather than doing it in the SSH. So make sure that you're doing it in the SSH, then your lab will be 100%. So as I said, it took 6 minutes, right? Just to show you as an example, right? This is not part of the lab. So if you go to API and API in services, you can see this is just like App Store or Play Store, right? There are tons of APIs that you can make use of. Like it's categorized into different things. Like for healthcare, they have specific APIs that healthcare industries can use, right? Likewise, you can see for Google Map. If you're creating your own Google Map, you can call the Google Map API services. These are the same APIs that we use in our phones with Google, right? And then if you want to say, for example, you want to create your own chatbot, remember Hey Google, right? The Hey Google, which comes with the Google Home Mini or on your phone, it uses exactly this API, right? So when you want to use it, you'll simply go to this Dialogflow API, click on Enable, and you will have this API enabled for your Google Cloud account. There you go, right? You got into the Dialogflow API. Now you can create, there is a specific quest on this. You will create questions, you will create answers. So, and then you can deploy it in your phone or website, and people can invoke it rather than saying, hey, Google, they can say something else, right? Whatever they define. So that's how you create your own chatbot, right? I'm just showing you as an example. This is not part of this lab. We are done with the lab. Perfect. I'm going to close this second lab. And go for the fourth lab, entity and sentiment analysis. So as you complete, you should make sure that there's a green check mark, right? Like end of the 5 labs, you're going to see all 5 green, then you can create your public profile to add to your LinkedIn profile, right? So entity and sentiment analysis, again, as you see here, similar steps, creating an API key, making an entity analysis request that we just did right now, and then call the natural language API, do a sentiment analysis with the natural language API, and analyzing an entity sentiment, specifically. Like, I like the sushi, but the service was terrible. So the machine language, the ML will tell you whether this is a good feedback, positive or negative, right? So this is sentiment analysis. Based on the text, it's going, so every time you're calling an API service, there is a model that is getting invoked. You're passing it, remember the 7 steps, right? All of this has happened. With every lab that you're doing, there is a data that has been gathered by Google. They have prepared the data, they have created a model, and all you're doing is, and they have done the evaluation as well, and they have done probably like parameter tuning as well. All you're doing is sending some input file, calling that API, which means calling that model. It just processes and gives you the result, right? So always remember, anytime you work with machine learning, these are the 7 steps that are happening. Whether you do it or not, these 7 steps mandatorily are happening, right? And there is a what do you call API for checking the syntax as well, right? The grammatical mistake, spelling mistake. So depending on the functionality that you want to use, there are tons of such APIs, right? In this case, that's what they're using, analyzing syntax and parts of the speech. English. It will give you the corrections, spelling errors and everything, right? So you can see the part of speech based on the sentence that we just sent. It just breaks it and says what is a verb, what is a gender, singular or third. If it cannot find it, it's going to say unknown, right? And they have given you an example of how it's breaking the parts of the speech. And then what if you have multilingual natural processing, right? Modify the request with a sentence in Japanese. Now you send it to analyzing entities endpoint. And as you could see, it kind of breaks down that as well, like any language, not just English, right? So where do you see this? Do you see this? In your Google Translate, right? When you want to convert from English to Spanish or Spanish to English, it makes the best prediction because it has been trained to convert that into a different language, right? And again, you might see that it's not always 100% accurate, right? So it takes the best effort to do that conversion. The last lab is even more simple. Now, does things make sense? Like, is it easy now? Like the way we started, and now it's very simple, right? But just understand what you're learning out of these simple labs, right? You're learning to use existing models and functions hosted by Google. Simply by sending a request, you can get a response. So if you are building your project or you're working on some project, the first thing that you should think about is somebody wants some functionality. Think about, is there an API that I can just use? Rather than like kind of like scripting the model and everything, why not just call an existing function, right? That's the mindset that you should go with. And always make sure that you are not putting the script in the active shell command window versus the SSH window, right? I was repeatedly saying that and I was making a mistake, right? It just both are black windows. Easily you get carried away. Anybody completed 3 labs? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, perfect, 7. All right, 4th lab, let's do it fast. The reason I'm doing is to motivate you guys, right? I don't know how to do the 4th lab. I know it's like 10 minutes, but that 10 minutes is like, you feel like, okay, I should do it, right? So just make sure that we go back with that digital badge on your LinkedIn today. So I know how to create an API key, API services, eventual API key. copy the key. Paste it. Progress. And if you guys are fine, like go with the fifth lab as well, right? Like don't have to wait. Going to replace the command. Key. I'm going to VM instances. SSH. And you can see here, they simply use nano request.json. They don't use touch, right? Again, you can skip touch, create a file, simply write nano, it will still open the file. Anybody else having an internet issue? Mhm. If there is, again, it's accuracy, right? Like how you have, sometimes it's not the direct word. It could be an emotional, right? I found it hard. Sometimes I did not find it hard. So it's not picking the word hard, right? Both has different meaning. I did not find it hard, which means it was easy, right? I found it hard. So it's not just looking one word. It's kind of interpreting a sentence to understand emotion. So you don't have to say good, bad directly, right? Like there are different ways to communicate, right? So it looks at the sentence, it kind of tries to interpret. And as you see, they say, feel free to replace the content with your own text. So you can test how it works. Mhm. Yeah, it's not one word. Definitely, it's not one word that it picks up. It understands the emotion, like sentiment of a sentence. Sometimes it's not even one sentence. It's like there is, let's say, 10 sentences are there. The first sentence might be a negative feedback, but then there's a word called but. For example, the waiter did not serve the food on time, but the food was delicious. I would like to go back again to the same restaurant. So now, if when you pass this kind of a message as input, it would not say it's a negative feedback. It would put this on the positive side. So total number of positives, total number of negatives in the input that you pass, whichever stands high, it probably should go there, right? Like, And when you see 100 out of 100 on the right side, that's good enough. But if you just want to try multilingual language as well, like the last step is multilingual, right? Passing a Japanese message and interpreting that. So those are optional. But as long as you understand how it works, that's more important. Okay. Make sure the green check mark is always there, right? Like the fifth one, last one, pretty simple. Create an API key, create your API request, call the speech to text, right? And speech to text transcription in different languages. So the audio file could be in, as you see, there's an audio file, right? It could be in a different language, but you want the response in English. Let's say a Japanese audio file, pass it as an input. You can get them converted into English as a text file. So that's your last lab. Okay, sign in. Going to create the credentials. Copy the key. Go to computing, VM instances, SSH. And export your key. Create a file. If you notice the last lab, they don't tell you to do nano, right? They just don't give you the command. So they give you touch command to create the file. They expect you to have learned it from the previous lab that you know how to open the file. Passing an audio file. Oh, okay. You have to again nano request.json. Now call the speech to text. Run the curl command again. Perfect. What that is? Why doesn't? Okay, 100%. Perfect. And that's pretty much your last lab. How many of you have completed 5 labs? All right. I'm sure you'll go home. It's probably the first lab. Perfect. So I can show you quickly how to create your public profile. If that's okay, right? So when you complete all 5 labs in any quest, simply go to your profile and you will have an option, let's say settings, go to your, no, go to home. On the top, when you see profile, the 4th tab, the very top, click on that and you will have an option to make badge profile public. For people who want to go home and finish the same steps, just simply click on profile and create your make public profile and you will get the lab that you just completed. And you take this URL, which is a public URL. Anybody can access it, right? Now you know how to add it to your LinkedIn profile, I believe, right? So when you go to your LinkedIn profile, tired with the captchas today. All right. So when you go to your profile, you can scroll down and you will find license and certification, right? So under license and certification, you can simply say the name of the lab that you just completed, machine learning and language processing. And the issuing organization is Google. And then today's date. And in the credential URL, you just paste that public URL, right? It's that simple. So when somebody wants to check your profile, like let's say, like when we did DevOps Essential, if I click on Show Credential, it will take anybody to my public profile page where they can see what are the labs that I've completed, right? And there is tons of labs. As I said, it's not just machine learning. You have something specific to image processing, cloud architecture. If you are interested to become a cloud architect, there is a quest specific to cloud architecture, right? So you can do that. And there is cloud essentials, DevOps, if you are interested, if you are a data guy who want to work on big data, so you can complete that as well. So as you complete, your public profile gets updated, right? That's pretty much it for today. Any questions? You guys are tired. Me too. All right. So, and I hope that you guys have learned something productive, right? I know it's hard to sit 5 hours straight and doing something hands-on, right? We don't do it in office, we don't do it in college, like sitting straight 5 hours. But thank you for your patience. And if you guys have not completed, feel free to go home and complete as well, right? There's no rush. As long as you have activated with your StudyJam code, That's good. And also feel free to share the code with your friends or brothers or sisters, anybody, because it's active only today, right? Like from tomorrow, the code is not active. You can't use it. But if you have activated today, you have 1 full month access. And if you guys need to do more learning stuff, reach out to somebody through Thompson Reuters. We can get you the code, right? Perfect. Thank you, guys. All right. We can do a quiz, but I'll want to give you guys a break. Just 4 questions just for the prizes. All right. So I'll prepare the quiz first and then come back. I want to give it to Sophia. Anybody in Thompson Reuters here? This happens. This is not the first time. When I do it in Toronto, like when you start, you have, like the participants would stay, right? Because they are learning, there is something. But your friends and volunteers, they get tired after like the first 1 hour. Then you have to literally like start texting, like, come back. And each one is in different place. But I'm sure they're here. I heard they want to do a hacker rank code pairing with you guys. And I told them to check your my mood. But that's the interview we do in Thompson. If you want to hire somebody, they run that hacker rank test. So it's good to know how it works, so that at any given point of time, if you guys are giving interviews, it's not the first time you are seeing it. You know how it works. It's useful. Everything will be the same, but the code is changed. Before there was no vertex. You have to do all those commands that you created in the terminal. SSL. Shell command. That's what we used to do. Suddenly they did like vertex AI, and this is the first time I'm trying with vertex AI, right? So it kind of gets tricky.
Are we ready for like the?
I want you guys to go with the hacker rank.
Okay. Okay. Yes. So, regresamos en 5 minutitos, ¿vale? Para ya cerrar. Y en lo que también tenemos unos premios, pero van a ser unas preguntas. Entonces, las que las vaya preparando, ¿va?
y después vamos a enseñarles un poquito de la herramienta que utilizamos para estas entrevistas y vamos a hacer un pequeño challenge. Bueno, en la empresa utilizamos entrevistas tipo CodePair y Whiteboard. Todas estas entrevistas se hacen a través de HackerRank. Son sesiones estructuradas que utilizamos para todas estas posiciones técnicas. Entonces, esto ayuda a que entendamos cuáles son esos skills técnicos de los candidatos.
Pues bueno, por la parte de CodePair, ¿qué viene siendo? Es ahora sí que el clásico Code Challenge, donde tenemos una prueba de código, o sea, un pequeño problema que tenemos que resolver a través de, ahora sí que la programación, ¿no? Aquí, ¿cuáles son las características principales? Como se llama CodePair, significa que es una prueba en vivo. No es como que te mando el código y tú, bueno, en tu rato libre lo resuelves, sino que se agenda un tiempo, una entrevista, en donde vamos a resolver esto en vivo junto con nuestro entrevistador, ¿ok? Entonces, la plataforma de HackerRank nos habilita justamente, ahora sí que esta herramienta, y dependiendo ahora sí que de la posición, podemos llegar a seleccionar lo que viene siendo, perdón, el lenguaje de programación, ¿ok? ¿Dudas con lo que viene siendo CodePair? Ahora sí que es como que la herramienta más straightforward que hay, ¿no? Es una prueba justamente de código. La siguiente viene siendo el whiteboard. La diferencia fundamental con este es que es un poquito más esquemático, ¿no? Entonces aquí lo que buscamos es entender cómo resuelven los problemas, cuál es su approach, cuál es su enfoque al momento de que tienen que abordar alguna situación en específico, ¿no? Entonces, ahora sí que esta es una pantalla en blanco en donde podemos hacer nuestros gráficos, nuestros diseños, para ir planteando esta solución que queremos implementar. Entonces, para tenerlo en cuenta, CodePair es la implementación de una potencial solución que nosotros pudiésemos estar planteando en un whiteboard. Entonces, ¿queda clara la diferencia hasta aquí? Perfecto. Entonces, estas dos vienen siendo las herramientas principales en las cuales buscamos, primero que nada, entender cómo abordamos la resolución de problemas técnicos, y la segunda es cómo, ya teniendo una solución, el CodePair, implementamos dicha solución a través de herramientas informáticas, dado un lenguaje de programación, ¿no?
Así es. Y bueno, para estas entrevistas, nuestros entrevistadores también pasan por un proceso de certificación. Todos ellos, primero, al igual que los candidatos, están siempre haciendo shadow en entrevistas CodePair. Tienen que pasar por lo menos por 3 entrevistas tipo CodePair. Tenemos también unos videos que ellos ven previamente para estar preparados para la entrevista. Y adicional, tenemos una sesión con ellos para darles tips tanto de la parte de soft skills como hard skills, para que puedan ayudar al candidato a sentirse cómodo en su entrevista y que puedan llegar a una solución satisfactoria del problema. Y bueno, ahora los vamos a dejar aquí con uno de nuestros expertos. Bueno, cada una de estas entrevistas dura 1 hora. Entonces, primero inician con el CodePair, la entrevista tipo CodePair, que es 1 hora. Después se les agenda la entrevista tipo Whiteboard, que es otra hora. Y al final, si pasan estas entrevistas técnicas, se les agenda una entrevista ya de Leadership and Behavior. ¿Para qué? Para ver si ya hacen match con la posición y para el equipo en específico al que están aplicando.
Bueno, creo que ¿sí me escuchan? Creo que ahí me escuchan ya, ¿verdad? Muy bien. Bueno, yo les voy a mostrar un ejemplo de CodePair. Cuando empezamos en la entrevista, como ya les dijeron, es 1 hora, ¿no? Las entrevistas son normalmente en inglés, ¿no? Entonces empezamos con una breve entrevista, una breve introducción. Me presento, como en mi caso, como Julio Ramírez, I'm software manager in Thompson Reuters. So the idea for this test is validate this part of the exam, right? So the idea is that you have time to complete the code, to read the problem, and then when you are ready, or if you have questions, the idea is you can ask me, and if I can answer your questions, we can continue with the code, right? Más o menos así es como empezamos. Después ustedes se introducen, dicen, pues yo soy fulanito de tal, me gusta, programo en esto, programo en aquello, y algo relevante que quieran, no es su currículum, ¿no? Más bien es, ¿no?, algo que quieran que yo sepa como entrevistador antes de empezar el proceso, ¿sale? Después de eso, les digo, tienen tiempo para leer el problema. Por ejemplo, aquí lo pueden ver, lo empiezan a leer, les dan aquí algunos ejemplos de qué es lo que se solicita, la descripción, al final les dicen también qué es lo que regresa, y hay algunas condiciones que se deben de cumplir, ¿sale? Por ejemplo, no sé, en este caso que la N debe estar en un rango, que el arreglo debe tener esto. También les damos un ejemplo. En el ejemplo se les dice, pues imaginen este arreglo de tamaño N igual a 3, donde tiene esos números, y la salida debe ser este valor, ¿sale? Entonces, con eso, ustedes ya tendrían que empezar como a imaginar el algoritmo que podría resolver el problema, ¿sale? Tienen otros 2 casos de ejemplo que se les muestran aquí. por ejemplo, aquí, para que puedan también como validar su solución, ¿sale? Esto les toma alrededor de 15 minutos, 10 minutos, ¿no? O sea, lo que ustedes consideren que, digamos, es suficiente para entender el problema y poder escribir código, ¿sale? Mi recomendación aquí es, no empiecen a tirar código luego, ¿no? La idea es que me expliquen cómo piensan resolver el problema, ¿sale? A lo mejor dicen, pues puedo usar una lista, puedo usar una, no sé, una cola, puedo usar en estructura de datos, o tendría que hacer esto o aquello, todo en inglés, obviamente. Al final, ya que dicen, pues sí, esto es como creo resolverlo, el siguiente paso es moverse el código. De este lado, lo que van a encontrar va a ser una función en blanco, ¿no? Ahorita, porque este es un ejemplo que ya está contestado, pero les da esta función en blanco y les da una plantilla de lo que hace que funcione el código, ¿sale? Entonces, si aquí le damos run code, es como probar su código, ¿no? Que está funcionando y les va a compilar y al final les va a sacar una consolita. Si tienen errores, les va a decir los errores, en qué línea, por qué tronó, ¿no? De acuerdo al lenguaje. Pueden escoger el lenguaje aquí, el que ustedes prefieran, ¿no? De preferencia, o lo que nosotros buscamos en estas entrevistas es de acuerdo a lo que, digamos, estamos buscando en la posición, ya sea C#, ya sea Java, ya sea Python, ¿no? Pero también, si sienten más cómodos con otro lenguaje, también se puede hacer y pues tampoco hay como mayor restricción, ¿no? Al final lo que nos interesa validar es su grado de abstracción del problema y cómo lo pueden solucionar, ¿sale? Enseguida de que ya tienen esto y empiezan a escribir el código, les digo, ustedes aquí pues es como una consolita tal cual, no pueden usar herramientas como Visual Studio o Visual Code personales, ¿no? Porque pues la idea es que lo hagan aquí dentro de la herramienta. Al final hay una parte de cámara, digamos, aquí donde nos conectamos y entonces pues yo los veo, ustedes me ven y podemos interactuar, ¿sale? No se sientan cohibidos cuando vean eso, ¿no? Ustedes hagan de cuenta que nadie los está viendo, porque un tip aquí es, mucha gente lo que hace es que se pone muy nerviosa, ¿no? Porque me están viendo. No pasa nada, ¿no? O sea, a veces yo sí los veo, pero digo, bueno, pues está pensando, ¿no? La otra es, no se queden callados. Lo más importante aquí es que platiquen qué es lo que están pensando, ¿vale? Y que no digan, o que no empiecen a programar y que al final me digan, pues ya está, no funciona. ¿Y qué trataste de hacer? No, pues quién sabe. A ver, explícame tu código, ¿no? Y entonces empezamos en eso. Es otra estrategia, también se puede, pero de preferencia, mientras más vayan como hablando en voz alta, es mejor, ¿no? Porque así todos nos vamos entendiendo, ¿sale? Al final, ya que termina su código, compila sin problemas y demás, hay otro botón que es el Run Test. Este es un conjunto de casos de prueba o de escenarios de prueba adicionales a los que ya completaron, ¿no? Y que ya, digamos, validaron sus pruebas unitarias. Y hay, no sé, 3 o 4 que son como visibles los datos de entrada, ¿no? Y la salida. Y otros casos que son más como complejos, que ahí no van a poder ver qué es lo que entró y qué es lo que salió, pero al final les va a decir si pasaron o no pasaron, ¿sale? El objetivo tampoco es que el código les corra, ¿no? Completo, ¿no? Por lo menos que compile, eso es importante. Que tengan la idea, también está bien. Que me expliquen qué pasó, por qué lo hicieron así, eso ayuda. Si pasan todos los casos de prueba, pues está perfecto, ¿no? O sea, ahí les va a decir, pues estás súper bien, ¿no? Hay un momento, y también, digo, me ha pasado, que lo acaban en 10 minutos. Pero la herramienta también les puede decir que la complejidad es O(n², ¿no? Entonces, ¿qué significa? Que puede ser mejor, ¿no? Porque podemos buscar una complejidad o n, ¿no? Entonces, tienen 40 o 30 minutos para intentar hacer otro algoritmo. Entonces, eso también les da puntos, ¿no? Porque al final quiere decir que todavía tienen tiempo, son buenos, pero podrían ser mejores, ¿no? Entonces, les da chance. Si no acaban, no hay problema, el primero ya lo pasaron y no pasa nada, ¿no? Les digo, si no se completa o no pasa o no corre o lo que sea, bueno, ahí al final suma puntos, ¿no? Lo importante, les digo, es la comunicación, la abstracción, lo que comentan. ¿Por qué? Porque al final es como si fueran a trabajar con otro desarrollador. Imagínense que están resolviendo un problema ya en vivo, en su trabajo, y pues están comentando la solución y están buscando por dónde es el problema y pues ya encuentran, pues es por aquí, ¿no? Y le mueven código, comparten la pantalla y es exactamente el mismo ejercicio, ¿sale? Al final de la entrevista, pues mi última parte es, bueno, si tienen alguna pregunta, ¿no? ¿Cómo se sintieron? ¿Qué les pareció? Etcétera, ¿sale? Y ya al final, pues yo les doy como una retro, si ustedes están dispuestos o quieren recibir una retro más personalizada, también se les puede dar, ¿no? Ya dependerá mucho también de cada persona y cómo lo manejen esto, ¿no? Porque a veces este examen es un poco estresante, ¿no? Sobre todo porque es programar ahí en una hora, ¿no? Entonces, si me pongo nervioso, no compila, la variable no está bien declarada, no la inicialicé, o sea, hay un montón de cosas que empiezan a estresarnos. Entonces, también otra recomendación es, cuando programen este tipo de sesiones, busquen un espacio donde estén concentrados, donde nadie los moleste, donde no tengan ruidos, molestias alrededor y puedan concentrarse, porque si no también eso influye negativamente, ¿no? En esto de resolverlo. Y ya cuando pasan este examen, que este es el primerito, bueno, viene otro examen, que es el whiteboard, y que ahorita se los va a presentar. ¿Se los presento? ¿Sí? Okay. Sí, bueno.
Perfecto. Sí, nada más para complementar un poquito lo de HackerRank. Digo, estos problemas están en internet. No buscamos que se sepan el problema de memoria. Buscamos que entiendan el problema, que nos puedan explicar y que por lo menos tengan idea de cómo ir resolviendo los casos, ¿no? Como dice Julio, hay veces que ya me ha tocado, llega una persona que ya vio este problema, lo resuelve en 2 minutos, pero cuando ya te metes y empiezas a ver otras cosas, ya no saben qué hacer. Entonces, mi recomendación también es practíquenlos, háganlos los que están en línea, los que están en internet. Hay muchos, la herramienta HackerRank es gratis, pueden entrar y hacer challenges y todo, pero no se los aprendan de memoria. Aprendan por qué están funcionando, cómo funcionan y qué es lo que ustedes necesitan para poder hacerlo. Y pues sí, entiendan el problema, practiquen, siempre está la mejora. Big O, ese es un buen, una buena herramienta para saber cómo optimizar los algoritmos. Entonces, no se aprendan de memoria las cosas, aprendan a cómo y por qué están funcionando.
Exactamente. ¿Vale? Y sí, o sea, al final, pues si lo buscan, a lo mejor lo encuentran, pues lo resuelven y ya, ¿no? Porque antes de este es el examen en vivo, ¿no? Que hacemos en el CodePair. Previo a esto, los reclutadores les envían a ustedes uno que hacen en su casa, ¿no? Solitos, nadie los ve. Y pues a lo mejor ese, pues lo resuelven rápido y así, pero pues el grado es, o la complejidad es que los están viendo, ¿vale? Entonces también hay que controlar esos nervios, ¿no? El siguiente examen que se hace tiene que ver con el whiteboard. Este es un ejemplo de whiteboard. Es igual un problema, pero lo que tienen es una pizarra en blanco, ¿sale? En esta pizarra en blanco depende, pues, lo que se esté buscando analizar en el problema. Puede ser un diagrama de arquitectura, puede ser una programación o un diagrama de APIs, puede ser un diagrama de base de datos, de entidad-relación, de muchas cosas, ¿no? Dependiendo lo que se esté buscando en el perfil o la evaluación del perfil, ¿sale? Este es un ejemplo de un sistema que lo que se busca es el diseño de APIs, ¿no? De un servicio, una aplicación web con APIs, cómo se comunican y bases de datos y muchas cosas. Cada uno de estos, bueno, al final pues, pueden ver y decir, pues es que son cajitas que se comunican, sí, pero cuando una vez que termina de hacer esto, lo que sigue es una explicación de por qué están poniendo los componentes que están poniendo y cuáles son los beneficios, los pros y las contras de ponerlo. Obviamente también entre más seniority se vaya teniendo, más difíciles son las preguntas, ¿vale? Ya nos metemos a temas de seguridad, temas de encriptación, temas de por qué, cómo es la replicación de base de datos, ¿no? Si es algo más junior, bueno, cómo comunicarías o bajo qué protocolos HTTP te estás comunicando en una web API, cuáles son los posibles mensajes de error que recibes si la aplicación falla, ¿no? Un 401 o un 201, ¿qué significan? O sea, va a depender del seniority al cual estén aplicando, ¿no? Pero la idea es esta, ¿no? Que expliquen su diagrama. Si es de arquitectura o para arquitectos, pues les van a lo mejor preguntar, bueno, ¿qué conoces de AWS, de Azure, ¿no? La que ustedes sientan más cómodos o la que conozcan, ¿no? También eso es importante. ¿Por qué? Porque también en ETR usamos o estamos enfocados hacia la nube, ¿no? Entonces, entre más componentes o más cosas conozcan de la nube, es mejor y que lo puedan aplicar. A lo mejor no lo programan o no lo han hecho con aplicaciones prácticas o en una empresa, pero conocen los conceptos y eso ayuda, ¿no? Porque al menos pueden plasmarlos y decir, pues sirve para esto, ¿para qué sirve el Docker? ¿Para qué sirve el Kubernetes? ¿No? ¿Y por qué lo estoy planteando de esta manera? Y el beneficio que voy a tener, la elasticidad, etcétera. Entonces, todo esto es lo que se diagrama al final, nos vamos interactuando, platicando, ¿no? También es como lo mismo, ¿no? Entre más tengamos interacciones, mejor. Y al final, bueno, tampoco es que esté viendo mal, ¿no? Porque no se evalúa eso, más bien lo que se evalúa es los conocimientos que están tratando de expresar en ese momento con ese diagrama, ¿sale? Entonces, si está, porque no puse el rombito o porque no puse el dibujo de base de datos, tampoco importa, ¿no? Es una cajita que tiene el nombre y representa una base de datos, con eso es suficiente, una entrada, una salida, un mensaje, un JSON, lo que sea que ayude a describir la solución que están teniendo, ¿sale? Y al final hacemos lo mismo, si tienen dudas, si tienen cualquier cosa, las comentamos, ¿no? Si nos toca ser el mismo entrevistador de uno o de otro, a veces sucede, a veces no, pues bueno, omitimos a lo mejor la parte introductoria y si no, pues otra vez vuelve a pasar, ¿no? Que son como las partes técnicas que evaluamos en esto, ¿no? Entonces, pues no sé si tengan alguna duda o algo.
Sí, nada más para complementar. Como pueden ver, es un problema de diseño. No buscamos, sabemos que dependiendo del nivel, no va a haber arquitectos, ¿no? que en un nivel junior que estamos buscando la respuesta correcta. En TR necesitamos ingenieros, no necesitamos solamente programadores, necesitamos ingenieros. Entonces, por eso es de que no importa si eres un nivel junior o un nivel de arquitecto, tienes que entender los diseños, tienes que entender cómo funcionan, tienes que entender un poquito de redundancia, un poquito de regiones, un poquito de protocolos. Y pues bueno, es muy importante tener estos conocimientos como ingeniero y para poder implementarlos al día a día. Porque sí, quizás no, al día a día no te vas a meter y vas a decir, hoy diseñé una nueva API con seguridad, pero sí tienes que saber cómo funciona y cómo está interactuando todo el sistema. De nuevo, no vean, los sistemas que se manejan ya a este nivel no son sistemas de un usuario o dos usuarios, son sistemas que tienen que aguantar cientos de miles de usuarios. Entonces es importante que aprendan y que sepan los diseños, ¿vale?
Sí, correcto. Pues si tienen alguna pregunta, alguna duda, algo que quieran saber de estos exámenes, con mucho gusto. ¿Sí? Bueno, eso es algo que pasa normalmente también con los desarrolladores, casi nadie pregunta. Entonces a veces no sabemos si es porque no tienen dudas, si entendieron o no entendieron, entonces traten de no hacerlo, es otra recomendación. Por lo menos digan sí, levanten la manita en Teams, nos da la manita, cosas así, ¿no?
¿Puede levantar la mano quien ya haya hecho uno de estos Code Challenge? ¿Nadie? ¿Podría regresar al Code Challenge para leerles cómo es el problema?
Claro, claro. Ahí está.
No alcanzo a ver. Dice, given an array, o dado un arreglo, incrementa cualquier elemento duplicado hasta que todos los elementos sean únicos. La suma de los elementos debe de ser el mínimo posible. O sea, si se dan cuenta, no necesitan como un conocimiento muy específico de software. Todo esto se resuelve con lo básico de la programación, con if, con whiles, con arreglos, y no necesita nada más. O sea, con eso se resuelve el problema. Pero son de este estilo. Y depende de la empresa, van siendo más complicados o menos complicados o más, ¿no? Hay algunos que te pueden tomar 10 minutos, 15 minutos, hay algunos que te pueden tomar una hora. Pero todos generalmente son de este estilo. O sea, no te van a preguntar, oye, dime una API específica para hacer un servicio, ¿no? Web. Te van a preguntar, o en muchas empresas, como por ejemplo Google, Oracle, te preguntan así. O sea, no se preocupen. Lo que les van a preguntar son ejercicios de este estilo. Acá también. O sea, porque nos ayudan a ver sus capacidades para resolver un problema. Pero sí, se resuelven con programación básica y pues son de este estilo.
Exactamente. Por ejemplo, es un nivel de complejidad baja, en realidad. Este examen debería resolverse según la herramienta en 20 minutos, pero aunque no me lo crean, a veces hay chicos que no acaban, ¿no? Entonces, como les digo, no importa, pero la cosa es que expliquen, que vean, que traten de solucionarlo, porque eso es lo que hacemos los ingenieros, ¿no? Resolver problemas, ¿no? Y entre más ideas y más cosas muestren, eso ayuda, ¿sale? Entonces, digo, este es un ejemplo, pero podrían ser, como dice, más fáciles o más difíciles.
Y así se ven las pruebas en Thomson Reuters igual, todo este tipo de problemas. Ya sea ustedes solos con la herramienta HackerRank o en un codebear. Entonces, como recomendación, busquen ejercicios de este estilo, ya sea HackerRank o hay otras páginas, LetCode, por ejemplo, también es una de ellas.
¿Sale? Bueno, pues sería todo de nuestra parte por la herramienta. Si no tienen más dudas, gracias.
Oigan, muchísimas gracias, de verdad. Muchas gracias, Julio, Enrique, Shatagua, Ram, Rajiv, Fabi, de verdad, gracias por venir y por apoyarnos en esto. Ellos son, como les contaron, Tech Managers, que tienen a sus equipos seguramente trabajando al 1000 mientras ellos han estado aquí con nosotros. Acuérdense, please, de estar registrados, y si no se registraron, acércanse con la gente del CIDETEC, porque nosotros de aquí vamos a estarles invitando. Estamos trabajando para 2023 tener un programa de becarios, que sé que incluso algunos de ustedes lo... Sí, no lo he olvidado. Sé que algunos de ustedes lo tienen como parte de su programa, como hacer algo más aplicado. Entonces, justamente vamos a tomar esas bases de datos de los que hoy han estado acá, de los que ya tienen como este contexto, para estarles invitando una vez que se abra el programa de becarios o que abramos un programa, por ejemplo, para bootcamps, de automation, de cloud, de lo que hoy hemos estado hablando, ¿no? De DevOps, que es justamente eso. Entonces, acuérdense, porfa, de registrarse, y si no, regístrense para que los tengamos y les pueda llegar esto, porque pues esa es la idea, ¿no? Que el día de mañana estén con nosotros y crezcan. Ram tiene ya los ejercicios listos. We have the exercises ready for the quiz. We have exciting prizes. I hope you like gaming. And I'll go with Ram. Exacto, sí, exacto. Sí, si recibieron el correo de confirmación, eso quiere decir que ya los tenemos precisamente en esa base.
Okay. Ready? So take your mobiles, close your laptops if you don't want to. Just go to the website menti.com, and it's going to prompt you for the code right on the screen. Just enter it.
Ustedes no pueden hacerlo.
So day before we had 300 people in this, like 125 people on the quiz. All good? Ready? Okay. Ready? Oh, okay. You're choosing your right avatar? It's automatic. Ready? All right. So, okay, two more. This is how it's going to work, right? So when I press enter, it's going to show you guys a question. Read the question once, because you will not have more time to read it twice. Okay, read it once clearly, and then fastest finger, right? There could be one answer or two answers. So read all the options. Don't just go for one answer and think, okay, I'm done, right? There might be two answers that's correct. So even if you don't come on the leaderboard after your first question, your second question, you can still catch up. There is 4 questions, so you sometimes the last 2 questions, if you're too fast, you will be on the top of the leaderboard, right? So don't give up. Let's get started. Perfect. So you have been asked to create 100 virtual machines with similar configurations. What is the efficient way? We did talk about it. Time's up. All right. So that's why I told you, read the question and read the responses, right? It's fine, you can still catch up. But you know, Cloud Shell, right? Like the shell command, if you want to create 1,000 servers, we talked about it. You can simply just put it on the shell and it will all start spinning up. But if you use your Google Cloud Web Console, it clearly says Web Console. You have to go to the page, select every parameter by parameter, one instance, then two. So it's not efficient, right? All right, that's okay. Both will take same time? No. Let's go to the next one. Let's see who is on the top. So happy to see Diego and Dulcie, my team members. But the next three questions are going to be tricky. All right, Rasho, congrats. Who's Rasho? Oh, I didn't share the answers by. All right. All right. Let's go for the second question, guys. So you can still catch up if you are not on the top list. You still have chances. Breathe. Sounds very simple. We have spoke about it so many times today. You can't make a mistake here. And don't look at your friends. Not for this question, at least. Perfect. Can someone stand up and say what are the 7 steps without seeing? You will get a special prize for that.
Yes.
Because that's the whole point of the entire session today. Just stand up, list the 7 steps. Go ahead. Your name, sorry. Okay, great. Okay.
Yeah. The third one
Start
is,
from the first. Gather the data.
Okay, the first one, gather the data. The second one, prepare the data. The third one, choose the model. The fourth one, train your model. The fifth is evaluate your model. The sixth is
almost there.
Okay. This evaluate.
You can't help if you maybe if you guys want to.
Tuning of parameters.
Okay, that's fine. 6.
Okay.
What's the last
7.
one?
The last one.
Oh, you're asking me the last one?
No. I was remember. It was the 6th, the last, and this is prediction.
Perfect. All right, we'll complete the quiz. Do you want to complete the quiz and give it? Yeah, perfect. All right, you still can come up on the top because as you see, the previous answer, the scores that you got, it just adds up to your past score, right? So if you are still not seeing yourself, there is still a chance. So good chance for Diego, Dulcie, Louis, I think it's Else, Manuela, Chip, Lily. All right, let's see. The next 3 questions are going to be a little tricky, all right? And it's going to be very specific about today's lab. Select the machine learning approaches. Remember, there could be more than one answer. Both are correct, right? Supervised, unsupervised, reinforcement. Reinforcement is also called as semi-supervised. All right? Pretty good. Let's see who is on the leaderboard. still my team is on the top. And trust me, I just prepared the questions right now. So no cheating, all right? Okay, let's see. The last question. Select 7 steps of machine learning in right order. Certainly there was a confusion, right? So unless you imagine like what is the sequence, it gets tricky. I intentionally did that. So mean. All right. Let's see who is on the leaderboard. Ooh. Congrats, Lily. And who is Lily? Oh. She was confused about the first lab. She came to me and asked, like, is this the lab you're teaching? All right. Congrats. And Cheheb, I think Cheheb has one. Dalsi has one. Right? Okay. So congrats, guys. And this is just a feedback, right? Just a one work. You guys have to answer on your phones. So unless you have come out of it, just give your feedback about the session today. Helps. Somebody said like a day before, it was funny. That was a feedback. Like a lot of people gave feedback as funny. I didn't know it was funny. Someone did that. Should be you. So more people giving one word, that it just takes that word. It just doesn't repeat it. All right. I think we can stop. Perfect. Thank you so much, guys. I think time to. Sorry? Lily, Cheheb, Dalsi, and the gentleman. So, they know it. Who are the winners? Lily, come on. Cheheb. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right, but it was Cheheb. Dalsi. 2 Dalsis? Uh-oh.
No, but we don't have any more prizes.
I'll make sure I'll give you something. All right? But there's 2 Dalsi here? Uh-oh. Sorry? Oh, okay. I can check that quickly. Dulce M. Who's that? Okay. Okay. I'll make sure I'll send you some. Yeah.
No, yeah, we have one.
You have one? Okay, perfect.
Yep. Let's take a picture, no?
Yeah. You want to take it outside?
Yes. Let's take a picture.
A group picture?
Oh, no.
That's all good?
See? Let's go.
So, you're taking it inside or outside? Outside, no? Perfect. Yeah.
Muchas gracias. Gracias, Ram. Thank you so much.
Oh.
Thank
No
you.
problem. It's an honor.
Perdón, me despedí de los que están acá, pero no de los que están en la transmisión en vivo. Muchas gracias también a todos por acompañarnos. Los esperamos el sábado. Recuerden que va a haber otro workshop. Está abierto a todo el mundo. Puede venir quien ustedes quieran. Es algo similar, pero es en Google Cloud. Es algo muy similar a lo que hicieron hoy con RAM. De 10 a 3:30 en el auditorio. No es aquí, es en un auditorio como mucho más grande. Igual se pueden registrar todavía, toda la comunicación está igual como les llegó esta, entonces los esperamos. Muchas gracias por habernos acompañado y pues bueno, vamos a ir a tomarnos una foto. Gracias, hasta luego, bonita tarde.